Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people, and people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E?
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
All right, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. I just noticed when we were playing that sound effect, the FBI on February 28th, 2020, in the Letitia Stout trial. That's the same time that this trial was going on. The same investigation, different investigations, but the same group. They had two major cases they were doing at the same time. I'm sure there are more, but both of them we followed here on this channel. Another fun little note as well. The music died down here just a tiny bit. Another fun little note. I was watching on Facebook, and I saw somebody in our group chat, on our group post, and said, "Hey, I watched the Letitia Stout trial with the Recovery Addict, and because Gannon was my son's friend, and she said I was watching, and then I just realized that he's from my hometown." So she's here in North Carolina. She's like, "How weird is that?" And well, guess what? Hang on one second. Hello.
Hi, this is Alex with Marketplace. How are you doing today, sir?
Alex with Marketplace. I'm doing well. How about you?
Hi, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. God bless you. The reason of my short call is that you already have health insurance for the Marketplace. Is that right?
Oh, Alex, thank you. I've been looking for that.
Okay, that's perfect. Did you receive any kind of subsidy and additional benefits like dental, vision, hearing?
Hearing's been having some issues.
Not a problem. We can provide your free subsidy and extra benefits for this year 2025, and you don't need to pay for anything out of your pocket, okay?
That sounds pretty good.
So just for qualification, how old are you?
I am 57.
57. I do believe you don't have Medicare or Medicaid.
Well, it's a special circumstance, right? All right. He wasn't listening to anything I was saying. I was talking about this person on Facebook. I'm not going to out her name, who found out that I was in her hometown. Well, guess what? I was on Facebook, and I found out that one of my subscribers is in my hometown. How weird is that? That's absolutely crazy. But yeah, it's awesome. It's fun when we find out we're closer in real life than we knew. Michelle, I'm just outside of Greenville, North Carolina. So I definitely we have called before. I've talked to that exact guy. Let's see, Dr. Joe Corcoran is texting right now. They had a thing happen in the Maya trial with the appeals oral arguments today, so we might be talking to him soon. We'll see. He's pretty excited. Let's see. What was the other case T-Bay was working at the same time that we watched? Letitia Stout. The Gannon trial. Her search, because when you listen to this, listen to the sound effect.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020,
February
7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people, and people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E?
February 28th, 2020. That was right after Megan Boswell was arrested. She was arrested that week. And yeah.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
She found out. I think Megan's going to find out as well. But it's weird to hear how closely in time those two cases happened. I cannot fill you in on Dr. Joe yet, other than that he alerted us to the oral arguments. Mathis also told us about the oral arguments that were happening this morning. The way those happen is you get like half an hour each, and that's it. And then the three judges go and deliberate, and sometime they return their finding. But it was live streamed. We have that live stream, so we can watch it together. We can talk about that. It's not the hard hitting court type arguments that we saw during the trial, because this is on a high level legal analysis level. Mathis loves it. This is right where he functions on his brain level. It's pretty heavy, but it sounds like it was good. Sorry we couldn't see chat. Here, you can see chat now. So Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy, congratulations. You were first in chat this afternoon. Thank you very much for being first. As punishment, yes, as punishment, we're going to sentence you to internet ownership for the rest of the day. Yes, thank you for catching that. I just hadn't hit the right button on my my Stream Deck to make that work. That should be working now. Sloth Life gifted 1 membership. Thank you very much, Sloth Life. It was great to talk to you on the phone today. Appreciate your analysis of this case. Let's see. Anything else? Anything else we want to? Yeah, we want to watch Maya. We might have some time, Ashley. We might have some time. We've got 2 things to watch during deliberation today. Oh, I've got another call here. This is not a scam call.
Call from Pauline.
Hey, Pauline. This is R.A. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I just wanted to tell you something funny about your last call.
Yeah.
I had one of those calls, and I told the guy that I was blind. And he kept saying, "Oh, God bless you, God bless you."
He didn't know what that meant.
He said, no, he didn't. And then he had someone else get on the line, and they asked me for my Social Security number. And I said, "I can't. I'm blind. I can't see it." And I said, "You'll have to wait till somebody comes that takes care of me." Now, I'm not blind.
Right.
But I was just telling him this. And he said, this other guy said, "Oh, ma'am, I love you. God bless you. God bless you." And I said, "You know what? God is going to bless me, but he's going to send you to hell." I hung up on him.
Is that one? That ended the call right there. Oh, my goodness. Polly, that is.
But every time
funny.
you get one of those calls, I think about that, and I say, I've got to call him and tell him. But that's my funny story about them.
Polly, that is hilarious. Thank you for sharing that with me. I might have to steal that one. That's
okay. Love you.
Okay, we'll see.
Bye.
You. Bye. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Let's see. Michelle's daughter's in Ayden as a professor at ECU. Wow, well, that's awesome. I was wearing my ECU pirate shirt yesterday. We've got more people around here than I knew. I love, for Michelle, not sure if you knew this or not, ECU campus, the college here in Greenville, there's a river that runs through campus, and that river is renowned for finding shark's teeth. You can go and just take a scoop of any of the sand in the river, and they're tiny. A lot of them are like, smaller than the pencil eraser, but it's loaded with shark's teeth, fossilized shark's teeth. So something fun to do when it's not this cold outside. Let's see. A couple other things. There was something else. Oh, it was really important. We have a song to listen to, but that wasn't it. Oh. It'll come back to me. Let's see. Okay, we've got Maya. We'll do that during deliberations after we finish the Judge Simpson thing, which we're about 2/3 of the way, or 1/3 of the way through. Let's see. It's important, but it will come back. I promise it'll come back. Okay. Yeah, this is what happens when you get old. You just forget stuff. Let's do the song. Let's do the song while we wait. Give me just 1 second to, let's pull this screen down and play our song. We wrote a song just for times when we have a break in court. see if I can bring it up on the screen too. Let's open this up. Because I'll try to bring the words on so you guys can see them. Let's make that full screen over here. Okay, the words are white on a tan background. It's not the best, but it's all I've got. So here we go. We're going to bring you this right here. This is called Yoga in the Courtroom. This is what we're going to play when the judge tells us to have a break because our jurors are falling asleep.
Judge stands up and gives a smile, says let's break for a while. Time to stretch, forget the guile. Yoga mode, let's change the style. Stand up, stretch, reach for the sky. Feel the music, close your eyes. Wake up to a new surprise. Courtroom yoga by and by. Jury follows, judges lead. Bend and flex, it's what we need. Murder trial takes a backseat. Mind and body both must feed. Stand up, stretch, reach for the sky. Feel the music, close your eyes. Wake up to a new surprise. Courtroom yoga by and by. Jury follows, judges lead. Bend and flex, it's what we need. Murder trial takes a backseat. Mind and body both must feed. Stand up, stretch, reach for the sky. Feel the music, close your eyes. Wake up to a new surprise. Courtroom yoga by and by. Inhale peace, exhale stress. This courtroom finds some bliss. Murder on pause, but we don't miss. A moment filled with playful twists. Stand up, stretch, reach for the sky. Feel the music, close your eyes. Wake up to a new surprise. Courtroom yoga by and by. Stand up, stretch, reach for the sky. Feel the music, close your eyes. Wake up to a new surprise. Courtroom yoga by and by.
There you go. Courtroom yoga.
Courtroom yoga by and by.
All right, there we go. That is available on the public playlist of our AI created songs. I forgot what it was, and now I remembered.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. I forgot to welcome you to Wednesday this morning. It's a sad morning, but it's Wednesday, and we have to celebrate that. We're halfway through the work week, which means we're only one day. I got thumbs up from all my kids. That's great. One day away from our podcast, which is Thursday night with Thomas and myself. Please join us. It's going to be fun. I can tell you that in preparation for this podcast, continuing what we have not named, but I think I'm going to name it the Unholy Alliance. We are going to continue tasting things that should not be combined. And I have purchased a selection of things I have never tried before. One of them is probably well known. 6 or so are not. Some of them are limited edition food items, which should be limited, more limited than they are right now. But we're gonna put that up to you. We're gonna be tasting some stuff which may or may not be good on the podcast, because the podcast always seems to talk about food in one way or another. And if Thomas chooses to participate in some way, that would be awesome. He doesn't have to, of course. I'm gonna force him to eat yucky food. He's already taken the hit for us with the pickle thing last time. All right. We are about ready to come back to court. We don't have a feed quite yet, but as soon as we do, we're going to bring that to you. Let me get rid of our yoga song. We don't need that one anymore. All right. Put this one full screen. Go back here. Okay, we do have 14 more people who need to find their way to the subscribe button on the channel, and we will hit 64,000. That's the closest we've ever been to 64,000. I can tell you that. It's so close. It is so close. I'm not mixing peanut butter and I'm not blending something myself. I'm buying a product that somebody in corporate America in the food industry thought, well, here's a good flavor. Let's try that. I'm trying those. So let's see. Jennifer Cochran-Fent, congratulations to the 5 members who just became green thanks to her generosity. Thank you very much, Jennifer. All right. We're rapidly approaching the time we turn back to court, waiting for that right now. We have nothing there. Okay. All right. It might be a minute or two before they get back. It's only 1:15. The judge didn't give us a hard start time, so. How do I see how long I've been subscribed? I don't know how to see that. You might be able to go and look on your subscription page, what pages you're subscribed to. It might show you in your account information on YouTube. But 10 more subs, 8 more subs, 8 more of you. Who's going to be the 64,000th? It's amazing. Thanks, Mrs. R.A. I think you were one of them. Thanks for finally subscribing. I appreciate your faith in the channel. Appreciate you subscribing today. As I came into lunch, she says, I say, hey, I'm only, I forget what it was, like 20 subscribers away from 64,000. And she's like, really? Do you think I should subscribe? I'm like, yes, you should. You should. 64,000 gets a sticker. Okay, here's what happens. As soon as this hits 64,000, someone has to say exclamation point new in chat. So we can see who the 64,000th was. All right, let's see. I might have missed some stuff here earlier. Oh, I did. Let's see. We've got Michelle Bachmeyer. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Sloth Life gifted a membership. Selena K reminded us Corey Richards had a hearing yesterday. Her case is coming up. We're watching for that. Pantoufle member for 21 months says, I'm vibing. We're getting our courtroom feed. Just one second. There we go. Everyone's standing waiting for. Oh, the judge is way down there. Jennifer, thank you very much for your generosity. Frosty Jen gifted a membership. Cindy Roberts, member for 2 months. I apologize if I missed one on the previous stream. My apologies. I did not intend to do that. They're talking about the reflectivity of the screen, but only with the laser pointer, not necessarily with the jury being visible in the reflection. If you unsubscribe, the numbers go down. Yes, they do. That's how it works. 2 is going to be 3.
All right.
Let's go here.
Get the state ready to proceed with closing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
I'll leave this up until we hit 64,000.
If the jury's ready, let's bring them in. Now, I am going to say, hey, Kyle, hold on.
Okay.
Kyle Carter. That's our man. That's our bailiff.
Sorry. Let me put this down here so y'all can hear me. Can everybody hear me?
Now we can.
If there's any outbursts at any time during the state's closing, the defendant's closing, the state's rebuttal, I'll clear the whole courtroom. All right? Now we leave the jury.
That's not the first time we've heard the judge's dad voice in this session. I'm actually amazed we got this far without being kicked out. But if you can talk, can you tell Dr. Joe that Mathis from Germany took his family to a Greek restaurant and everybody loved it? He'll know what it means. Mathis, I'll see if I can get that message to him. Evangeline, thanks for your generosity as well as Jennifer. Thank you for the gifted memberships. They're welcoming the new subscribers in a wonderful way. There it is, 64,000. Somebody type new.
You've got exhibits 1 through 5 and 93 separated, right? 93 also.
Oh wow, it's going nuts. I can't even see chat anymore. Where are the messages? Vicki Reynolds. Is it Vicki Reynolds?
I need exhibit number 183. It's a video.
Vicki Reynolds, send me a text on the burner phone. If you don't know how to do that, I'll have one of the mods post the burner phone number in chat. Send me a text with your, if you would like, with your contact information. I'd love to get you a free sticker. It's a party, don't be
Everyone
tardy.
stand, please.
Here we go. We're expecting closing arguments to begin promptly as soon as the jury gets seated. So I'm going to turn the sound effects off. I realize we're celebrating the 64,000. 100,000's a ways to go still. But we're going to turn off the sound effects so we can just focus on these closing arguments. I think this is going to be crucial to help us understand the whole picture of what happened here, especially the timeline. As they put the timeline together, we've had so much testimony.
Be seated. Thank you.
All right, General, you may. All right, General, you may.
Everything froze.
Nope.
Wait for it.
Nope.
There we go. We're back. You may proceed. I think the cameraman hit the wrong button.
I'm going to leave this up if that's okay, Your Honor. Thank you. So we've finally reached the point in trial for closing arguments. And what this essentially means is it's an opportunity for the state of Tennessee to go through, talk about the evidence a little bit, reflect on some of the witnesses, because it's been a pretty long, almost 2 weeks. The state will go first, then one of the defense attorneys will have an opportunity to go, then the state will go again. And Matt, I'll talk a little more about that in a second, but that's because the state carries the burden of proof.
I do have a short delay, so if there is a picture,
So
I'll cut away.
I think each of you should have a jury instruction pamphlet in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you... It covers the burden of proof. And it seems like it's a common misnomer for the burden of proof to appear to be higher than it actually is for the state of Tennessee. And don't get me wrong, it is a high burden, and we gladly carry that burden every step of the way. But when you read about reasonable doubt, and that, of course, the burden never shifts to the defense. The burden is always on the state of Tennessee. It is a burden. It's not absolute certainty. It does not require you to say, I don't know 100% what happened. That is not what is required by the law. It is not absolute certainty. It's essentially, can you go to bed and let your mind rest easy? Can you, actually I'm going to do one other thing real quick. What I'm asking you to do is essentially use your own common sense. That's one of the most important things.
That's a big post.
And I'm going to give an example of what I mean by this, if I can.
She doesn't have a chart. There's no easel. She's your FAFO, and now she's drawing a graph. Not sure what that means. There's the line going up.
It's like Wheel of Fortune.
Oh.
Okay? My handwriting's not the best, though. But you get the idea here. It's like Wheel of Fortune. When you see a contestant on Wheel of Fortune, and they know the answer to the phrase or the statement, they don't have all the letters when they see that phrase. But they know what the answer is. And if the state has done that, we have met our burden. And it's important to note that it's not
I don't know what that was.
beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not absolute certainty.
Common sense. Okay.
That is not what is required by the law, by the state of Tennessee.
Coupon sense.
So that brings me to some of the arguments that Mr. Scott has made through this trial. It might be on that same page. Probably should have written it down. Here it is, page 5. In your instructions, in the second paragraph, it states, statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law. But they are not evidence. And I beg you to remember that. When Mr. Scott gets back up and makes his arguments, remember that. The things that come out of his mouth and that came out of his mouth during trial, that is not the evidence. He tried to get you to speculate on so many things during this trial. He wanted to throw out strange theories with aluminum foil. He wanted to throw out a term that doesn't even matter anymore, SIDS. That came from his mouth, not either of the doctors, but from Mr. Scott. He's asking you to speculate. That is not evidence. I beg you to only think about the items that were put into evidence, the photographs, the recordings, and what came from the witness stand. Do not let them sway you from what actually happened in this case. He kept mentioning cadaver dogs. He wanted you to think about that. But if you remember the cadaver dogs, Tommy Boswell, on his property, what did we hear him say? The cadaver dogs didn't even go up there by the playhouse. He wants you to believe maybe the body wasn't there at that time. He's trying to throw you off, but he didn't show anything. There's no proof. There's no evidence.
He's not liking this attack. You see the way he walked up there? Okay, he's right. He's right. She's wrong. The jury just gets admonition right here. Correct. Instructive.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you once again, and it's in here in these instructions, that the defendant has no burden to prove anything during this trial. The burden is wholly on the state of Tennessee. Okay? Go ahead, John.
Thank you. And I believe I said that. The state, we gladly carry this burden. But again, what comes out of Mr. Scott's mouth is not evidence. You heard nothing from the witness stand about cadaver dogs.
Careful.
There's no piece of evidence about cadaver dogs. And Mr. Scott said in his opening statement, humans make mistakes. Do you remember that? Dogs also can make mistakes. And if you remember, Agent Fraley and Agent Gratz, both with the TBI, what did they say? They didn't smell anything in that playhouse until they lifted the black bag, and immediately the smell of decomposition hit them. I submit to you, cadaver dogs, what do they work off of? The smell of decomposition. Don't let that fool you. Mr. Scott also talked a lot about Hunter Wood. We heard a lot about Mr. Wood in this trial. Again, did we hear any witness from the witness stand that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood? There wasn't a witness that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood. And if you remember the text messages that we saw yesterday from essentially Hunter's own mouth, it's pretty clear that he's yet another victim of Megan Boswell. She was feeding him the same lines that she was feeding every other person in this case. Mr. Scott brought up the theory of an accident, or the word SIDS. Well, you heard Dr. Malushnik say that in the past 10 years, 10 years in the state of Tennessee, a child 12 months or older has not passed away from SIDS or sudden unexplained death. Those are statistics from the state of Tennessee. But somehow, Mr. Scott wants you to believe that somehow that's how this baby died, even though she has foil wrapped around her head, a blanket wrapped around that, inside a trash bag, upside down, in a trash can. Let's go through our timeline just for a minute. What do we know? We know that Evelyn was okay until November of 2019. We know that Evelyn was seen at Thanksgiving by family. And then Megan Boswell started a new job at the Chicken Shack. What do we know after that? Megan Boswell meets Hunter Wood. And we know that Sue Whitson is probably the last person to ever see Evelyn alive again. You remember the picture that Sue took? This is very likely the very last picture of Evelyn Boswell alive. Not taken by Megan Boswell, but taken by the babysitter. Sue Whitson testified that the last time she babysat was the end of November, early December, which just so happened to coincide with when Megan Boswell met Hunter Wood, a guy that she was hoping might change her life. But Evelyn was in the way. What did we hear? Do you remember Megan's friend, Maddie Broom? We heard a little bit about her. Her brother, Stephen Lawrence, tried to help Megan. She drove her to a few of the interviews. And if you remember, Megan was apartment shopping on December 8th. And on that date, Evelyn was not with her. And so Stephen asked her later, after it's been reported that Evelyn's missing, he says, was Evelyn gone by then? And what did Megan say? Yes, Evelyn was gone by then. So that takes our window from December 3rd, essentially when Megan Boswell started working at the Chicken Shack, to December 8th. Evelyn Boswell's 12-month well visit. Do you remember that? Scheduled for December 5th. Megan doesn't call and cancel. She just no-shows. And Casey Saltz, the receptionist there, had to reach out and ask Megan, and Megan gave some excuse, I can't remember what it was, as to why she couldn't bring her, so they rescheduled for the next day. Did Megan show up with Evelyn the next day? No, she didn't. I submit to you, that's because Evelyn was already gone at that point. Casey texts Megan again, and Megan has yet another excuse. The appointment's rescheduled one more time for December 11th, and conveniently, Megan then says, oh, I've decided to change pediatricians. And as we can all imagine, when you change pediatricians, we all know that children have vaccine records and all of the things that come with being, especially that first 12 months of life. They've got a lot of appointments and a lot of vaccinations. So it'd be really, really important to transfer that information to the new pediatrician. Did Megan Boswell do that? No, she didn't. They never got a request from another pediatrician. That was just another line that Megan Boswell told to start trying, I say trying, to cover her tracks. We also know that on December 7th, you saw a text message yesterday from a girl named Haley Marie, and that is the very first time that Megan tells the story her dad has her. December 7th. Keep in mind, Sue Woodson saw Evelyn alive for the last time, and then Megan just stopped showing up. And then by December 7th, she's concocted her plan. And it really explains why so much time goes by, because I know that's a question we have all had. 2.5 months goes by. 2.5 months. But now we know. We know why. Because Megan Boswell was telling every single person in her family and her closest friends that Evelyn was with her father. So what does a rational person think? Okay, we're glad. I think Tommy even said that from the stand. I was proud of him for stepping up. I was proud of him for stepping up and taking responsibility. But, you know, time continues to pass, and you've heard witnesses, and particularly Bailey and Audrey, Megan's closest friends, they were all starting to talk and to think that something doesn't feel right. Just doesn't feel right. But no one could have known how wrong this was at the time. February 2020, finally, Tommy Boswell says, I've had enough. I want to see my granddaughter. Show her to me by tomorrow, or I'm reporting it to DCS. Well, Megan couldn't do that. Megan knew she couldn't do that because she knew where Evelyn was. We all know where Evelyn was. And so Megan did not produce Evelyn that day, and Tommy finally gets the ball rolling on trying to find this little girl. And they first show up at Hunter Wood's house on the lake in a nice neighborhood, and Megan Boswell's there, but there's no baby. There's no Evelyn. And you remember, the only thing Megan, you remember James Lewis from DCS, the only thing Megan was really able to show was this box from Hunter's bedroom. And you remember what Megan called that box? A memory box. Now, why would you call something a memory box if you are alleging that your child is still alive? This is all Megan Boswell had of Evelyn in that house that she was trying to show DCS that Evelyn was living in. She couldn't show him diapers. She couldn't show him a pack and play. She showed him one outfit that she held up on a hanger. Not an outfit that Evelyn had ever worn. There was no evidence that a child had ever been in that house. Now, I'm going to touch on something briefly. If you remember Paul Durant yesterday, going back, I'm trying to just give you a little bit of a timeline. If you remember, he talked about Ethan Perry in the military because Megan Boswell led him to believe that he was the father, even though he had his doubts. She convinced him that he was the father of Evelyn. We know he was not the father. We know that. And he said she was sharing photos daily, constantly sharing photos. Until what day? Do you remember the date? December 3rd. On December 3rd, Megan Boswell stopped sharing photographs of Evelyn. And she continues to send pictures, but if you remember, Agent Durant he's a smart guy, and so he was able to check her full Facebook extraction. And so she continued to send pictures to Ethan, but they weren't recent pictures. It was just another way that she could try to keep this facade going just as long as she could. Mr. Scott wants you to believe that Megan Boswell had a rough life. She was in foster care. But Megan Boswell was in foster care because of Megan Boswell, because she would not go to school. She went to foster care because she was truant. And when she left foster care, she went and lived with her dad. And of course, Evelyn was a baby at this point. I think the testimony was from February to March of 2019. And then her dad said, I'm going to get her a trailer, set her up. He bought her a brand new car, buys her a trailer. He's giving her everything she needs to raise this child. And she goes and lives with her mommy, her grandmother, from April until October of 2019. And then finally into the trailer from October to December. I think it's fair to say that she did not live in that trailer with Evelyn for very long. But in that short period of time, this is what she was able to do to that trailer. Can we look at that for a second? That's what she had her child living in. If that's not neglect, she does this in 2 months. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you to look at these pictures when you go back in the jury room. That, in 2 months, is what the defendant was able to do to the home her dad provided for her and her child. And within 2 months, Evelyn was dead. And I stated there are, maybe it's just my opinion, there are a lot of victims in this case. Bailey Hawkins, her very best friend. Did you see how difficult it was for Bailey to look at someone that she trusted, that she loved? Audrey Gibbs, same thing. They are also victims of Megan Boswell. And they will also suffer for the rest of their lives because of what Megan Boswell, the web that she created for them all to get caught in. Erica Stacy, who cared about Megan and Evelyn so much, is a victim. Gail Kite, the foster mother, she's a victim. Ethan Perry, who's serving his country, doing absolutely nothing other than his job, gets pulled up into Megan Boswell's web because Megan Boswell is only worried about Megan Boswell. And I'll submit to you that Hunter Wood, the person that they would like to blame somehow, is also a victim of Megan Boswell. She starts with first blaming Ethan Perry. She does that for a few days. And when she quickly realizes, gosh, law enforcement can figure out that I'm not telling the truth here, I guess I better tell something different, then she goes to her mom. She blames her mom, her own mother. She's willing to blame all the time knowing. I mean, we know. Let's find the picture. We know where Evelyn was.
I'm not sure why it's hiccuping here.
You see Evelyn? That's where Evelyn was. There she is. Evelyn Boswell sat there in that trash can for 2.5 months. And her mom discarded her, not just Evelyn, but everything that was associated with Evelyn. Everything. Because she didn't need it anymore. Everything. She didn't need that stroller anymore, so she left it behind. She didn't need the clothing. Do you remember all the pictures that came in and all that stuff that was in that shed? Because she didn't need it anymore, because she knew where Evelyn was. The defense wants you to believe that Hunter Wood is the one that backed Megan's car up to that shed? In the middle of the day. In the middle of the day, Hunter's just going to go over there. He has a truck. The testimony was that Hunter had a big truck. Now, why in the world, if he had a truck, I mean, this clearly took more than one trip. I guarantee you. Look at all this stuff. They want you to believe that Hunter Wood backed Megan Boswell's car up to that shed that day. Tommy came home. It was in the middle of the day. Where's the diagram? Do you remember the diagram of the scene? Look at this diagram. They somehow want you to believe that Hunter Wood pulls up this driveway and comes to this shed right here, right in front of Omani's house. Tommy's house, up on the hill, in the middle of the day. Is that reasonable? What is reasonable? How about that Megan Boswell is the one who drove her own vehicle, the vehicle her dad bought for her, up to that shed, because Megan Boswell is the one who had a key fob. Remember, there's a gate there that only opens with a key fob. That's the only way a car is coming through that driveway. And Megan Boswell lived there. You just heard that she lived at her dad's house and at Omani's house, and so They're not going to be surprised if Megan Boswell is on the property. She's the one who dumped Evelyn's property there. She's the one who took the trash can there. Not Hunter, not anyone else. It's Megan Boswell. Do you remember there was more than one text message? And of course, keep in mind, the whole time these text messages are coming through, that's where Evelyn is, okay? Just think about that for a second. I'm not going to take the time to go through these because you can do that. You can go back with you and to go back and read all of these text messages and remember the dates that we've talked about. But while Evelyn Boswell is sitting in this trash can and people are asking Megan, how's Evelyn? What does Megan say more than once? Mean as fuck. First of all, she's a 12-month-old child. And every other witness said that she was a lovely child to be around. And it's not a very nice statement to begin with, but it's definitely not a very nice statement when your kid is shoved down into a trash can upside down. And you know that. Agent Fraley was on the stand, and you heard Megan Boswell admit that she knew Evelyn was dead. She was telling all of those stories to law enforcement. And she told more than one person, Evelyn's mean as fuck. And when Agent Grass asked her about it, she goes, what's your point? What's your point? And that's an interview with Agent Grass that you can also go back and watch if you'd like to do that. So we saw the defendant enjoyed crying during this trial because she has an audience and she really enjoys that. But did we see her crying any other time? Did we see her crying from the witnesses on the witness stand and what they told us about her? Did we see her crying in the evidence that came in? No, Megan wasn't crying. Do you think she was crying when she filled out this apartment application with Hunter Wood, where they list 3 occupants are going to live in the apartment? And at first glance, we're like, oh, Megan, Hunter, and Evelyn. But that's not what the defendant told David Gratz. Do you remember what she told him? She said the 3rd occupant is the baby she's pregnant with because Hunter doesn't want Evelyn to live with him. Of course, we could also look at the date on that application, January 4th of 2020, and we also know another reason that Evelyn would not be living with them. Was Megan crying here? In 2020, when she posts on Instagram, so excited for our new home. You think Megan was crying when she posted that? To me, it looks like maybe Megan's just moving on with her life. As if Evelyn never even existed. What about here? Also posted in 2020. Keep in mind, Evelyn's still upside down in a trash can because Megan's not told anyone where she is. She's still spinning her lies. Do you think she sat here when she's picking out furniture for their new house? But she's sad today? She has the gall to sit here and cry today and pretend she can't look at the pictures of what she did to her child? What about this one? Proud of my baby. New 2020 High Country. Was she sad then? What about in December? Weeks after Evelyn has been brutally murdered. What is Megan Boswell doing? Does she look, maybe we should zoom in. Does she look sad here? Maybe she is. Sure doesn't look like it. Her kid's upside down in a trash can And she's going to the aquarium with her new boyfriend. What about here? She doesn't look very sad to me. Hiking in Blowing Rock in 2020. No Evelyn. Evelyn's missing. Still missing at this time. There's Megan hiking with her new boyfriend, moving on with her life. Not crying. Maybe Megan Boswell didn't have an end game. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe she hoped that Evelyn would never be found. But she had to know at some point these stories were going to catch up with her. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm asking you today, 5 years later, February 2025, to show Megan Boswell that her stories have caught up with her. The evidence shows the defendant. This person is the only person responsible for her child being dead. You heard it straight from Dr. Malushnik. Evelyn shouldn't be dead. Evelyn should not be dead. I believe the defense brought up SIDS, reflux, rollover. I believe they even brought up a tongue tie as being a possible cause of death for Evelyn. How does that result? Any of those things. You know, he said in the beginning, the state can't even prove how she died. Are you kidding me? How does that end up with a baby in a trash can? The DNA, let's talk about the DNA for a second. You've got the gloves that are in the trash can. And the defense somehow wants you to believe that gloves will keep fingerprints from happening. And then I guess whoever did that then took the gloves off, cut them up because they're cut up in small pieces and you can look at them when you get back there, and then dispose of them in the same trash can that the baby's in. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And funny enough, guess what is there? Is DNA that matches Megan Boswell, that matches Evelyn. Go back through the testimony. There's not one piece of DNA, not one, that shows anyone, not Hunter Wood, not anyone else other than Megan Boswell is associated with that trash can, the evidence in the trash bags. And you heard Marla Gray, the DNA expert, talk about the mixture of DNA on some pillows that were found in the shed. And you also heard her say that that could even be from the person who made them in the factory. Or it could be from the person who touched the pillow at Walmart when they were trying to decide if they were going to buy it. It wasn't even enough DNA to test. So don't be led to believe that because of that there's some unknown stranger who did these things. Look at the evidence. Look at the evidence that's in front of you. We have evidence. We have shown you the evidence. Don't think about the speculation. Don't think about the what ifs. Look at the evidence. Some really, really good. If I could, can I see the trash can for just a second, please? Thank you. Whose fingerprints were on the trash can? Do you remember what Agent Hoover said from the TBI yesterday? Of course, he's removed the rim. He talked about how it's smooth under the rim. If you're going to carry a trash can, how do you pick it up to carry it? Under the rim. Whose fingerprints were under that rim? Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell's fingerprints were under that rim. If we look at Exhibit 17, Can you see the black trash bag there? Whose fingerprints are on that trash bag? Megan Boswell's fingerprints. And you heard Dr. Malushnik say, and I think you can see for yourself, that trash bag's not just gently placed down into the trash can. It has been forcefully, and it's a hard image. It's a very difficult image to think about. But that's the evidence that we've been left with, that black trash bag was placed on top of Evelyn in the white trash bag, and it was forcefully pushed down. Compressed, I think is a word that was used during the trial. And that's how Megan Boswell's fingerprints ended up on that black trash bag. Even more damning than that is the fact that Megan Boswell's fingerprints are on the foil wrapped around Evelyn's head. I would love to know a different explanation for how Megan Boswell's fingerprints got on that foil, on that trash can, on the black trash bag, except for the fact that she murdered her baby, she put her in that trash can with food trash and debris, covered her body, essentially mummified her, and tossed her away, literally, with the trash. Mr. Scott would like for you to think that the doctor's testimony, just that they shouldn't be able to just decide things in a vacuum. He kept mentioning, well, what if the child's dead on a table? And I think we all know that is not how doctors operate. Doctors operate off of medical histories and any information they can get, and that's what both doctors did in this case. They took everything, her birth records, her pediatric records, the scene itself, before they came to their conclusion. They don't operate in a vacuum. I think those were the words that Dr. Malushnik used, is they do not operate in a vacuum. And they determined what? Both doctors agree that this was a violent homicide, and that Evelyn Boswell died from some sort of asphyxiation. So, suffocation, I guess, is the easiest way to say it. So, if it was not for, say, the position of her body upside down in the trash can, that could have killed her. We'll say it wasn't that. Then maybe it was the blanket that was pulled up over, remember that? How it was tightly pulled up over her face. That could have been what it was. Or it could have been upside down in the trash can. Could have also been the trash bag that she was placed inside of, where she was unable to breathe. Could have been the foil that was wrapped around her head. Could have been the trash can itself. If you remember, the doctor testified that her face was compressed up against the side of the trash can, and her body was in a reverse S curve to where her head was so far bent back into a reverse S because of how the defendant compressed her body down into the trash can. Forcefully compressed her body down into the trash can. Her head and neck were wrapped so tightly with foil that even when they removed the foil, you could still see the impression of the foil on her face. You could still see the trash can form still to her face. Quickly, I'm going to ask you to go to your verdict form page. And it's going to be probably at the very end of your packet. Page 50 is where it starts.
Page 50.
So these verdict forms, I'm going to show you one example. Okay. So you'll see here, this is just for count one, and I'm just giving it as an example. We, the jury, find the defendant and mark the appropriate box. So if you go back in the jury room and you agree as a whole that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you do not need to consider anything below that. Those are what we call lesser-included offenses, and we're required by law to put those on the verdict form for you to consider. But if you unanimously agree that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you can check that box and move on. You are not required to go through every single one of those if you believe that she is guilty
There's no
of what
rebuttal.
she's charged with in that count. And if you go through these, you will see that each count of the indictment is similar. There are lesser included offenses for each one of these. Again, I will ask you that if you can unanimously agree, you do not need to go any further on that verdict form. The state has to prove several elements for each charge, and those are also in your packet. Count 1 is premeditated first-degree murder, that the defendant unlawfully killed the victim, that the defendant acted intentionally, and that the killing was premeditated. The next page defines premeditation for you as an act that was done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. It means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. So that means essentially if when Megan Boswell wrapped Evelyn in the blanket and you think, well, maybe she didn't have premeditation then, she could have formed premeditation in the time where she applied the foil, or premeditation in the time that she put her in that trash bag, or premeditation in the time that she pushed the next trash bag on top of her body. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you there is nothing about this case that is not premeditated. Count 2 and count 3 are what we call felony murder in the state of Tennessee. That's where we allege that a murder happened during a certain felony. And these felonies are aggravated child abuse and aggravated child neglect. Again, those go hand in hand with premeditated first-degree murder. We submit to you that not only did the defendant abuse the child, but that she neglected the child. And one of the perfect examples is how she left her in the trash can. That's neglect. Leaving her in the trash can, that's abuse. And it resulted in her death, which is felony murder. And we have to prove that the child is under the age of 8. There are many counts of false report. Page 29, I think, is where it starts. And it's counts, I believe, 7 through 17. The state must prove that the statement was made by the defendant, that it was made in response to a legitimate inquiry by law enforcement, and that it concerned a material fact about the incident within the officer's concern. And if you remember, the admits more than once that what she told the police was not true. So I submit that the state has proven each of those counts. Count 19, abuse of a corpse, page 30. The state must prove that the defendant mistreated a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, that she acted without legal privilege and acted knowingly. And I think that count speaks for itself, along with count 20, which is failure to report a death. A lot about this case really has been more about Megan Boswell than about this child, Evelyn. But Evelyn mattered. She deserved to grow up. She deserved that, but her mom took that away from her. And there's no evidence that anyone else was involved. I think you can see this was a pretty good investigation. It was very thorough, and the evidence continued to point in only one direction. The evidence only pointed at one person, Megan Boswell. She failed her daughter. She had the chance to keep her safe, to protect her, to give her to someone else if she couldn't handle her. You heard from the witnessing, there were people that she could have given Evelyn to that would have given her a beautiful life. But instead, she violently murdered her daughter. And she told story after story after story for 2.5 months. And maybe the worst part is that she just went on with her life as if Evelyn had never even existed. But Evelyn did exist. Evelyn is a real person. And Megan Boswell should not be able to go on as if Evelyn did not exist. There are things we will never know about what happened. None of us will ever know everything. I think it's fair to say that we do know that Evelyn was in the way. She was in the way of Megan Boswell living the life that she thought she deserved, that she wanted to live. So Megan removed her. It's as simple as that. So today, 5 years later, almost 5 years to the day that Evelyn was reported missing, we are going to ask that you hold Megan Boswell accountable for what she did for her child. I submit to you the state has proven every count and every element of every count beyond a reasonable doubt. And we are going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty.
Thank you, General.
Took about 45 minutes there.
You may close.
Good afternoon. I appreciate your all's time. Appreciate you being here. Although I know you may not be here by your own free will, but I still appreciate it. This is a hard case. There's a lot of emotion in this case, and Amber Massengill is very good at giving an emotional closing and wanting you to play on your emotions.
It's personal between these two.
The jury instructions will tell you that this case is not about your emotion. It's not about sympathy. It's not about anything else. It's about proof and what's in the evidence. That's what this case is about. This case is more about what Megan Boswell didn't do than what she did do. Now, I'll go back through the witnesses here with you in a minute, but the state seems to be putting forth a theory that you should convict her of first-degree murder because she didn't grieve appropriately. She had fun after her child died. Now, is it far-fetched to believe that the child died in the first part of December, like she says? No, that seems to be the point where you see Megan's personality start to change. But I would suggest to you that change occurs when the child dies. You start to hear various friends come in and they talk. I can name them for you. Let's talk about Casey Saltz. She worked at Megan's pediatrician. And she was also, technically, would have been Megan's foster sister, I guess. She was the daughter of Megan's foster mother. And she talked about Megan being a good mother. She acknowledged that. She witnessed that. Megan brought her to the doctor. You have an exhibit in the records. It's item 67. It came in through the pediatrician. Read that page for page. It demonstrates that Megan was a good mother to Evelyn. She took her to the doctor for well checks. She took her to the doctor when she was sick. She got medicine for her. She did what she should do. And then she misses that appointment in December. And that's when this starts. And I would submit to you, when all of this really starts, the child is dead. Now, we hear from other witnesses. We hear from Paul Miller. That is Ethan Perry's grandfather. He had no reason to believe that she wasn't a good mother. Seemed like she liked being a mom. Saw no signs of abuse or neglect. We heard from Audrey Gibbs. She'd been with Megan almost every day up until she moved to Knoxville in 2019. She describes Megan as a good mom. There were a few things. There was once where she had thought her diaper needed to be changed, once where they neglected to buckle the car seat. But those are mistakes. That's not child neglect. That's not child abuse. Those are mistakes. Audrey talks about Megan coming to Knoxville at the end of December sometime, and by that point she acts disassociated. She's not normal. She's saying "I love you" over and over again to her. So, again, maybe she's not grieving right. Bailey Hawkins stayed at the Econo Lodge with Megan. Megan just went to sleep, despite Bailey thought they might do things, they might talk, or whatever they might do. But she just went to sleep. Again, I would suggest to you she's disassociated. Bailey saw no signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. Mr. Horn questioned her. She described Evelyn as the one consistent love that Megan had. And Megan is a girl who comes from a world of fractured relationships. And Miss Massengill wants to downplay Megan's home life. Matt Price did. There's a video in there. He talks about it. He talks about, I mean no disrespect, but I know that Boswell family. I'm aware of them. I know how you come up. Your mom and daddy using drugs. I mean, you want to talk about home life, watch the video with Agent Fraley. Her mom was let in there in stripes, a jail uniform. What kind of home life was that? And then we get to Caitlin Jones Carter, whom you can make what you want of her testimony. Her body language tells me she's no longer Megan's friend. However, she described, aside from the one day when she saw Evelyn as dirty, that Megan had been a good mother. No signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. She said she saw Evelyn sometime in December. She tried to tie it to her school, but she really couldn't give us a specific date. So I think the best you can say is that it's sometime in December. Gail Kite. Let's talk about her, Megan's foster mom. She gets Megan when Megan comes into her foster care. Megan's 7 months pregnant. She's 17 years old. Gail describes her as looking like she's not pregnant, as being underweight. We know from the medical records and the testimony that come in from Dr. Smith, Megan suffered from intrauterine growth restriction at that time. We've heard that. So that's the shape she's in. But Gail talks about how she gets her in good shape. She has the baby. She's a loving mother. She takes care of the baby. Gail never saw abuse, never saw neglect, never had any doubts about Megan. Erica Stacy, and that's the mother of Megan's ex-boyfriend, and I think his name is, can't remember his name obviously, but it's the mother of his ex-boyfriend. She described Megan as a good mother. Evelyn was always clean. And I'll point something out to you. The state wants you to believe that Megan just meets Hunter Wood and throws this child away for him. She didn't do that for, I think it's Caleb Stacy. She didn't do that for Caleb. There were other boyfriends. Now there's talk about, a lot of talk about Ethan Perry thinking he was the father. Well,
here we go.
The proof you've actually seen is they go about as Ethan is the father. And there's been no proof that Megan knew that he wasn't the father at that point. I'm not trying to, I mean, it just happens that sometimes people may think one person's the father and they're not. But calling him out of anything or anything else. Like, it's not like this didn't start early on that she thought Ethan was the father. She obviously thought a lot of Ethan. She drove to Texas, took Evelyn to see him. Now, he did say one thing that kind of struck me a little odd. He acted as though she just showed up in Texas. I suspect, and he finally admitted on cross-examination, that he told her where he was in Texas. You just don't hop in the car and drive to Texas and say, I'll drive around El Paso till I see his car in the parking lot and pull in. That's not what happened. I think he kind of wanted you to think that, but that's not what happened. Let's talk about Randy Wood. Randy Wood is the father of Hunter Wood. The state called him. The state is the one who elicited the information about Hunter Wood being hospitalized. That's the first you hear of him being hospitalized. It's the state. Now, Ms. Massagill wants you to think I have some grand conspiracy theory. I don't. I do have a statement from Megan Boswell when she talks to Agent Fraley about what happened in this case. She says, Hunter was there when Evelyn died. I wrapped her up and I swaddled her. I held her. She kept getting colder as the day went on. I didn't want her to get cold. Hunter took her and he got rid of her. Now, they want you to believe that that's just impossible. Why did Hunter not give his DNA? Ask yourself that. If you have nothing to hide, why wouldn't you just let them test your DNA against all the evidence they had? Turns out they couldn't have tested it, probably. But he didn't give them that chance because he had something to hide. Now, his dad said that he was schizophrenic. I asked him, is he schizophrenic and have hallucinations? He agreed with me on that. He also agreed with me when I asked him if he talked about using an aluminum foil or tin foil. And he says, yeah, he talks about some off-the-wall stuff. Now, ask yourself, who's more likely to wrap that child in tinfoil? The child's mother that has cared for the child, taken care of the child, or the boyfriend who's schizophrenic? And I'm not trying to vilify Hunter Wood. That's not been my intention throughout this trial.
Just use him as a
scapegoat. Megan's statement is that one of them rolled over on the bed. The young mother may think that. There could have been other causes. When we get to the causes, I guess we can go ahead and we can talk about Dr. Schmidt and Dr. Malushnik. Now, Dr. Schmidt, I asked her about several different things. She's the lady who actually performed the autopsy. And she formed an opinion of homicidal death based on the way the child was in the trash can. But she could not tell you a medical basis for the child's death, other than a diagnosis of exclusion. And a diagnosis of exclusion is simply, we don't know what else is wrong with her, so she must have smothered in this trash can. That's what they want, what she said, essentially. Now, I cross-examined her about a lot of things. I asked her about SIDS. And even though the subsequent doctor didn't agree with it, Dr. Malushnik, I didn't ask about something that didn't exist. Dr. Schmidt knew exactly what SIDS was. We talked about it. We talked about the ages, how we don't know what causes it. She answered questions about it. She said, and ultimately, she could not rule that out in this case. Just like she could not say with any degree of certainty that the child was placed in the trash can alive or dead. She couldn't say that. She brought up that the child had a heart valve that leaked. She admitted under cross-examination that that could have been what killed the child. We talked about laryngeal, we talked about laryngeal convulsions. Could that have caused the death of the child? She admitted it could. Now, Ms. Massengill brought up that I brought up tongue tie. I brought up tongue tie, I brought up GERD, I brought up an infection she had, because all of those things can lead to the onset of SIDS. That's the research, and Dr. Schmidt agreed with that. Now, I want to tell you something about Dr. Schmidt and Dr. Malushka. I think Dr. Schmidt she was the medical examiner in Johnson City when this happened. Dr. Malushka is not her boss. She's not, it's not like she's somehow over her. Dr. Schmidt was the chief medical examiner at the Jenkins Autopsy Center, Forensic Center. Subsequently, for whatever reason, the state sent her report to Dr. Malushnik for another opinion. Dr. Malushnik only reviewed her report, and she finds that it's a good report. But then she wants to go further and find with some type of certainty that child was placed in the trash can. And you saw an exchange between me and her in here yesterday. It went on for 4 or 5 questions. And I kept asking her, Doctor, can you say any type of certainty? What can you say about this? Can you conclusively say that that child was dead when it was wrapped in the blanket, wrapped in tinfoil, and put in the trash can? She evaded that question. She wouldn't answer that question. She finally answered that question only after it was threatened she would be in contempt if she didn't directly answer the question. And her answer was, no, I can't say conclusively. And then she threw out kind of a parting shot at me as she left. And
careful.
To just to more accuracy of that parting shot, she said the child could have been murdered some other way. Should have been. The child could have died some other unknown way. That's what the truth would have been. She presupposed that this child was alive when it went in the trash can. The doctor who did the autopsy was very clear she could not conclude that. She said it couldn't be excluded, but it cannot be included. Dr. McLustick come in with a preconceived notion of that's what happened. Now, the state has to prove to you the cause of death in this case. They have to prove that child was unlawfully killed. They have to prove this wasn't an accident. The proof from Dr. Schmidt leaves open a heart, it leaves open SIDS, laryngeal convulsion, it leaves open all of those things. We don't know what happened. And it also left open a rollover, which is what Megan told Agent Fraley. And now, would Megan know for sure that that's what happened? Maybe not. You wake up and you find your baby dead in bed. Could you not come to the reasonable conclusion one of us must have rolled over on it? I mean, she's 17 years old. She's not sophisticated. She's had a hard life. She's scared that she's going to get in trouble. Hunter Wood's scared that he's going to get in trouble. And that's why she does what she does. Hunter takes the baby to dispose of it. She knows about it. Is that right on her part? No, it's not. Should she have called and reported it? She absolutely should have. I told you that in my opening statement. Have they proved that she's a liar over and over? They have. Don't deny that. They haven't proved she's a murderer. You have more counts of false report than I can really count. I think there's 11 or 12 of them.
Yeah, that's 2 more than you have fingers.
Almost every time she's talking to law enforcement, you're considering a count of false reports. With the exception of, you're not considering one for the time she talked to Agent Fraley. That's not before you. I would submit to you what happened was the conversation with Agent Fraley on the 25th of February, almost 5 years ago. That was a breaking point. That's a breaking point where she finally admits Evelyn is dead. She's able to admit to herself. You saw all these pictures she's sending back and forth before that. That's how she's grieving. Maybe she doesn't want to accept that the child is dead. Maybe as long as she keeps talking about it, talking to the media, talking to the police, and saying that Evelyn is somewhere else, she believes that. Maybe that's how she's getting by. You can't judge someone for how they grieve. You don't know what goes through their head. You don't know what they were raised with. I've never lost a child. I hope none of you ever have. But how am I to tell someone when they lose their child how they grieve? How am I to do that? Amber can tell you that. Oh, she shouldn't have went here. She shouldn't have did that. How does she know that? She's not in Megan's shoes. She's not out there living in that single wide trailer. That's not her life. She's not been raised by drug addict parents, a dad that beats on her mom constantly, and seen that growing up. She's not seen that. She can't put herself in her shoes. It's not fair to say she murdered her child because she didn't grieve right. I resent it. You should too. You should look to the evidence in this case. Do they prove a cause of death? That's the stopping point on the homicide counts. They can't do it. They brought two medical examiners in here who contradicted each other. The first one at least had read her medical records. The second one talks about how she is perfectly a healthy child. She ignored everything in her medical records. She didn't talk about it. It was obvious to me. Should have been obvious to you. She hadn't read them. She didn't care. It was her job to come here and convict Megan Boswell of murder. If you don't believe that, why would she leave here and say, well, she must have been murdered some other way? She was a biased witness, and she wasn't a credible witness.
So we should believe Megan? Is that what you're saying?
Now, let's talk about the tinfoil. How can her one fingerprint be on a piece of tinfoil? You all see this roll? Maybe like this. Okay, my fingerprint's on this roll. I've taken this one. The next person who gets this is going to get a piece of tinfoil with my fingerprint. That's a possible way. What's another possible way? We've heard that the tinfoil had food and debris on it. So there's food and debris in the trash can. But maybe the tinfoil was already thrown away in the trash can. If it came off of a roll like that, whoever got it would have had to have reached in there and gotten several pieces. There were several pieces of tinfoil. I believe 4. There should have been fingerprints all over it. One fingerprint. One fingerprint. It doesn't prove she put that tinfoil on there. Now, what about DNA on the garbage can? I would just about guarantee you, each and every one of you, your DNA is on your garbage can in your kitchen. Your DNA is all over the house. Your finger, I said DNA, actually fingerprint. Your fingerprints are all over your house. It's the kind of thing we don't think about, but you touch something, you put your prints. I think that's what you should consider. I mean, probably Evelyn's handprint on the trash can. At some point, I think in opening, I mentioned to you an unidentified palm print on the trash can. Well, I didn't know at the time it was a child's because it wasn't in the fingerprint analysis report. It's not unbelievable that it's the child's. Now, Ms. Maxwell made a statement. I was a little perplexed with it. The defense wants you to believe that wearing gloves prevents putting fingerprints on something. You heard the fingerprint experts say they can. I think we all know that from our common sense stuff. If you cover the fingerprint up, you're not going to leave it on something. Now, let's go back to the statement of Agent Fraley. February the 25th. She's talked to law enforcement over and over. And she talks about how she breaks down. She breaks. It's the breaking point. She admits she's dead. And she's telling them the truth. How do you know she's telling them the truth? Because if she's still trying to lie to them, if she's still trying to confuse them, she wouldn't have said, I don't know where the baby is. It could be at Hunter's, it could be at Tommy's. Why would you say, if you're trying to lie to them, perpetuate this lie like Miss Massengill tells you, that the baby could be at Tommy's? Why would you do that? Ask yourself that question. She's telling them where the baby is. She thinks, I think it could have been left one of these two places. Says, I want to find it. And you'll have that video. You can watch it as many times as you want to. I hope you will watch it again. You hear Agent Fraley talk about how he'll go to the DA. She's a scared young mother. He understands that. Now, I don't have to prove this case to you. I wish I could, but I can't. You can't prove a negative. What I can tell you is the state has not proven their case. They've not proven the cause of death. They've not proven that the death was an unlawful killing as opposed to an accident, or some rolling over in the bed being an accident, or some kind of health-related issue. They haven't proved that. Let's talk about the gloves. I go around in circles sometimes, and I hope y'all are following me. I apologize for that. But let's talk about those gloves. Ms. Massengill talks about the criminal tore the gloves up in the trash can. I think if you'll remember back and look to your notes, TBI cut those gloves up for testing. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. Now, what do those gloves tell us? Do they match up to anyone? No. But they do match up to an unknown male. There's not enough profile there to match it to someone specifically identify them, but it matches it up to an unknown male. That's why there's not multiple fingerprints on the tinfoil on the child. Those gloves that match some unknown male. We know it's male DNA. We know that. Finally, let me talk just a little bit about Hunter. There's a text thread, and it's in February. It's between Megan and Hunter, and it appears like Megan's telling Hunter the same story she's telling everyone else. But remember, Megan's told Agent Fraley that Hunter doesn't want his name brought into this. He doesn't want to be involved. He told her not to tell anybody anything about the child. At this point, Hunter, he throws out a name in that text. He talks about Agent Wilhoit. He's been involved with the police. He knows the police are looking at this. This is February the 22nd. Suggest to you that text thread is, look at the texts, they're self-serving. I'm just worried about the baby. I just want the baby returned safe. That's Hunter and Megan's way of covering Hunter's involvement in this. I'm not saying Hunter killed that child. And I'm saying he did dispose of the child. That text thread, it's a convenient way if you think about it. If you're trying to have proof that you didn't do something, if you start a conversation and start texting it, say, oh no, I didn't do that. Look at my text. I texted her, she's told me this. It's a convenient thing for him. But he didn't give his DNA. We know that. His dad talks about he went crazy because he was called a baby killer. Maybe he went crazy because of his participation in disposing of that body. We don't know. Everybody seems to agree he has went crazy. You saw a document admitted this morning. That's where he's being held out of court over in Virginia to be evaluated to see where he's competent for some crime he's committed. He's up at Marion right now to be evaluated. That's what we know. I hope I've answered your questions. I hope my argument has helped you somehow with this case. But what I would say to you, if you have questions about any elements of these crimes, and your questions are not answered to your satisfaction, you have reasonable doubt. If you say, I don't know how that child died, that's reasonable doubt on this homicide case. I don't think I have much more to say to you. I go to a Baptist church and I hate long sermons, and I'm used to it. I think I've been up here for about a half an hour, but I thank you. I pray you'll come to the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
He doesn't say what that decision is.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, much like Megan Boswell, Mr. Scott seems to have some very convenient explanations for what happened in this case. Lots of things that happened in this case. All of the evidence in this case that points at his client, he's got some sort of explanation for it. But the problem is, in order to buy into this, in order to believe it, you have to believe Megan Boswell. You have to believe that when she spoke to Agent Fraley on the 25th, that she was somehow, for the first and only time in this courtroom, speaking the truth. But I think each of you, as you sit here, know that's not possible. That's not possible. Megan Boswell is one of those people. You used to hear the expression, the truth ain't in them. The truth's not in Megan Boswell. She doesn't know how to tell the truth. Everything that she tells to every person in her life is for some reason. And that reason is because Megan's trying to get something out of it. She is a master manipulator. Even at 17 years old, you sit there and watch those videos. She's trying to play everybody. She's trying to play the law enforcement officers who are interviewing her. She's playing her friends. Every person in her life who walked through that gate and sat up on that witness chair was in some way manipulated by Megan Boswell. Some way. Whether it was about Evelyn, whether it was about how she was going to pay for a babysitter, whether you're the father of my child, whether you're a great-grandfather, whether your wife who's dying of cancer is babysitting the kid. I mean, she knows no bounds. There is no person that she will not manipulate and tell untruths about and to. No one. But Mr. Scott comes in here today and says, yeah, hey, come on, ladies and gentlemen, the 25th, that was the point, which she decided, hey, I'm going to be truthful here. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. And we know it's not. It was just another story. She was telling law enforcement to lead them some other way. That's all it was. And if you remember, when Agent Gratz testified, General Massengill was asking him the question, when did this first thing about accidents and rollovers, when did that come up? Well, it came up when the police and law enforcement finally said, we got nothing going on here. We got to give her an out. We got to give her something so we can try to find this kid. So they're the ones who suggested it. And then very conveniently the next day she comes in and guess what? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry I've been lying to you all for days and days and days now. But now I'm going to tell you the truth. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. I submit to you, the only time that Megan Boswell may have told the truth about some small portion, if you remember during one of the interviews, Lieutenant Price, who had been very patient with her up until that point in time, finally said, come on, something happened on December 21st. And she stopped him and corrected him, remember? She said, no, something happened before December 21st. Yeah, something did. She murdered her child. That's what happened before December 21st. Ladies and gentlemen, before I speak further about the physical evidence that ties and shows that Miss Boswell is the one who is guilty in this case and who needs to be held accountable, I want to take you back to jury selection. Last week when you all were first up here and up there, and I asked you if all of you had brought your common sense with you. And if all of you, as you listen to the evidence in the case, would use your common sense. And everyone agreed that you would. And so I want to remind you of that. And it reminds you to apply that to the evidence that you've heard, the testimony that you've heard in this case. Because the defense wants to say that perhaps, again, speculating, it's a possibility that Evelyn just died one day in early December. And then all of a sudden, Megan engages in this just pattern of just totally bizarre behavior that involves wrapping her child in a blanket, tightly pressing her head in aluminum foil, and stuffing her in a trash can, and then engaging in this just convoluted tale to anybody who wants to inquire about what's going on with Evelyn. But it's a remarkable coincidence, isn't it, that all this occurs at the same time that she starts working at the chicken shack. And then she meets Hunter Wood. You know, that Hunter Wood. The one who lives out on the lake in the big house. And remember, this is where Megan's living before December. These are the conditions Megan's subjecting her child to before December. Then she meets Hunter Wood. Big house out by the lake. Dad owns a business that I'm working at. Remember the other things she's telling investigators as time goes on. Needed a break. Was watching 3 kids. Remember, her mom had the 2 other young siblings. Needed a break. Was tired. Wanted Ethan Perry to step up. I've been raising this kid for a whole year by myself. Probably a little bit of truth in there. A little bit of truth. But it's a remarkable coincidence. This kid, Evelyn, natural causes, just dies right at the same time. Apply your common sense in asking yourselves why. Why would Megan Boswell then start on December the 7th? She tells Bailey Hawkins, hey, it's just me. Ethan's grandma has Evelyn right now. December 7th. Remember, she starts Chicken Shack the 2nd. 7th, 5 days. 5 days later. Why does she start telling all these things that are obviously not true? I'm in a custody battle with Ethan. I don't have her. Evelyn's sick. She's got the flu. I can't bring her. Can't bring her up there to get the Christmas gifts. Let you see her. Why does she do that? Why does a mom who, by everybody's testimony, everybody's, her friend Bailey Hawkins told you, I mean, yeah, she wasn't a perfect mom, but she did well. She did well. They all did. I mean, she's posting pictures on Facebook, Instagram. Everybody. Her own pediatrician, Dr. Pugh, came in here. Yeah. She's a good kid. We didn't have any concerns. Healthy, meeting milestones, an advanced child. Why does a mom who dotes over her kid, who won't even let anybody babysit, she's so protective of this child? Remember Erica Stacy? I mean, heaven's sakes. I mean, that's an ex-boyfriend's mom who is willing to babysit the kid so that her son can go on dates with her. She won't let her do it. She won't let her do it. She will not let her babysit. That's how protective she is of this child. So why? Why? Apply your common sense. She won't do it because she can't face the truth about what she's done. She can't face that truth. She can't look at that picture, and I'm not going to put it back up there for you. She can't face what she's done to that child. Discarding her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did. She can't face that truth. So she engages in just spinning all these stories to everybody. Everybody that comes with a story, she's deflecting that out because she doesn't want to face that. It is almost unbelievable to me that the defense is still arguing that Hunter Wood had some involvement in this case. I mean, truly unbelievable to me that they're making that argument. That has no credibility, number one, and two, no proof whatsoever. Not a single shred of evidence has been presented in this courtroom that ties Hunter Wood to anything dealing with the death of Evelyn Boswell. Not one thing. It's all just rank speculation. Oh, well, because he's in a mental hospital, therefore he must have done something. Right? No. How many people walked up there, took that witness stand and said, oh yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter and Evelyn and Megan together. I remember when I saw that. None. Nobody said that. How many people said, oh, yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter holding Evelyn at the chicken? No. Again, nobody said that. No evidence, nothing from that witness stand ever put Hunter with Evelyn. She evidently wants you to believe, again, and I'll put this picture back up there. She wants you to believe that Hunter, and remember her when she's talking to Agent Fraley, that Hunter went over to her place. That's her place. Stayed the night with her and rolled over on the child. He's got a nice place over on the lake, remember. But that's what she wants you to believe. When her breaking point, when she's finally telling the truth. Apply your common sense to that. What else possibly ties Hunter to this case? To Evelyn's body being disposed. Or maybe it's the playhouse over on Tommy's property. No. Again, we know Evelyn is probably gone 5 days after she first met Hunter from working at the chicken shack. But Megan Boswell wants you to believe that he's then able to go onto her property and stick a body in a trash can in a playhouse that was built for Megan Boswell. Mr. Scott asked you, and I wrote it down. He asked you who was more likely to have left a print on the foil? Well, I'll tell you who's more likely to have left a print on the foil. The person whose print was found on the foil. Megan Boswell. He stands up here, and again, we've got explanations for everything. Well, maybe it was possible she tore a sheet off earlier, and in doing that, she grabbed the foil and left a print. Well, there's no Hunter Wood prints on any of the foil. The bag that's stuffed on top of the body where Evelyn's found. Multiple prints on that. None of them belong to Hunter. They all belong to Megan Boswell. He wants to say, and again, it's still beyond my comprehension that we're talking about Hunter Wood here. You know, why wouldn't Hunter give a DNA sample? I don't know. Perhaps because Hunter is being mucked up in Megan's world here. My gosh. Here I am dating this girl, and all of a sudden I got TBI agents asking me about a child that's missing and no explanation for it. Maybe that's why. And again, in this particular case, you heard from Agent Gray, what does it matter? There's nothing that was tested. All those things she testified to yesterday, all of them, all those things I handed up to her that she analyzed, not one piece of them had any identifiable DNA on it that could have been tied back to Hunter. None. Everything was Megan's or Evelyn's or limited profiles. As I remember, I asked her if I gave everybody in the world's DNA to her, she wouldn't have been able to match any DNA to Hunter Wood. Nothing. Nothing. Everything connected to that body in the trash can comes back to Megan Boswell. And then, let's not forget, in the middle, while all this is going on, February 22nd, Megan's child's missing. They question Hunter. And they have this conversation. And Mr. Scott wants you to believe that this is some kind of contrived thing between Megan and Hunter. But what evidence did you hear that there was any sort of contrived conversations going on here? Nothing. Again, nothing. In order to believe that, you've got to believe one person, Megan Boswell. And we know you can't believe her. No. Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. What's her response? If she was truly trying to cover this up, a little bit better response would probably be heard. She says, Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing. His concern, please assure me the baby will be found and brought home safely. That's not a conversation with someone that you have that has disposed of a body, that has helped get rid of your dead child. That's not a conversation. Hunter Wood is not at play here, ladies and gentlemen. Not at all. Not at all. Defense has also talked to you about these things that medical conditions that they questioned the medical examiners about yesterday. Possible things that might have caused Evelyn to just suddenly die of natural causes. A perfectly healthy child. Again, he's asking you to speculate about possibilities. But we don't decide this case on possibilities. And if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't hear from just 2 doctors about Evelyn's condition, about what kind of a child she was. You heard from 3 doctors. Her pediatrician testified in this case too. And what did she tell you? Evelyn was a healthy child, advanced, had met all of her milestones. Any concerns about her health? No, her concern was that on December the 5th, she doesn't show up for her year checkup appointment. She's a no-show. That's her concern, not everyone's got tongue-tied. I'm concerned maybe she's going to die from SIDS. Not, oh, she's got some sort of reflux going on. I'm afraid she might be at risk to just suddenly die one day. That's not her concern. And remember, and Mr. Scott didn't talk about this because you don't want to talk about it. I asked Dr. Malushnik yesterday about statistics. This wasn't just her opinion. These are statistics kept by the Department of Health in Tennessee about the number of kids over 1 year of age who die in rollover deaths. Entire state of Tennessee last year, none.
The last 10 years.
Entire state of Tennessee, last 10 years, none. But yet, they want you to believe that's a possibility in this case. She's the first one, ladies and gentlemen, evidently. The first one. No, it's not a possibility. You decide this case on the evidence that you've heard and the testimony you've heard from that witness stand. And the testimony you heard from 2 different medical examiners is that this child died from asphyxiation. That's what they told you. Both of them told you that. He said they had contrary opinions. They didn't have contrary opinions. One of them had a little stronger opinion, but they both had the same opinion. They both told you the cause of death was the same thing, asphyxia. And all the evidence in this case points to one person alone as being the person who caused that asphyxiation, and that is Megan Boswell. This wasn't an accident, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't an accident at all. You've got lots of evidence of premeditation sitting over there in that box. This isn't a little piece of tin foil. This isn't foil like you stick around a baked potato and stick in the oven. You saw it. You saw the photographs, and the foil's in there. Pull it out. It's a big old piece of foil. Mr. Scott wants to suggest maybe it was sitting down in the trash can and somebody pulled it out. Nobody's using that much foil. Use your common sense. And remember the testimony from Dr. Malushnik yesterday about how that foil was applied. That blanket, so tight when they're taking it off, the impressions left on that child's face. The foil, how painstakingly slow they had to pull it off because it was tightly compressed around the child's head. I submit to you, that's premeditation, ladies and gentlemen. That's intent. That's not an accident. Part of this case, ladies and gentlemen, that, as Mr. Scott said, is really, it's sad. It really is. It's a tragedy. You think about all those people that you heard testify, how easily all of this could have been avoided. All those people. Bailey Hawkins, Audrey Gibbs, Casey Saltz, Gail Kite, Paul Miller, Erica Stacy. Any one of those people would have taken that child. All this could have been avoided. But Megan Boswell only cares about one person, and that's Megan Boswell. She started a facade back first week of December after she killed her child. She created this world, this web, you've heard it called. And that's a pretty good description of it. It's a web. And It traps and ensnares everybody that she comes into contact with. She started this facade back then, and it's continued and continued and continued. And she brought it in here to this courtroom in front of you. And she's trying to get you all to believe the rollover, believe the accident, believe my child died of natural causes, and that I just flipped out and engaged in this totally bizarre behavior. But in order to do that, you have to ignore the evidence in this case. You have to ignore the forensics that place her and her alone as the perpetrator of this crime. This case is the very opposite of an accident. It's an intentional and knowing murder of a child. Megan Boswell got rid of Evelyn so that Megan could be Megan. She enjoyed it. You've seen the pictures General Massengill showed you. Hanging out on Blowing Rock, going to the aquarium, Super Bowl party. Megan Boswell sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back in that first week in December. As guilty as she was on February the 18th, when she first came in there, Detective Haraz and James Lewis interviewed her. She acted all surprised. What are y'all gonna do? You gonna find my child for? What do you do when a child goes missing? Remember those expressions, those questions she threw out there? She sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back then because she never learned the one lesson that we all know, which is that you're responsible for your actions and your choices in life. And she sits here because she refused to learn that lesson. You've heard her interviews. She takes responsibility for nothing. But today is the day that you get to hold her responsible for those actions, for her poor choices and decisions, for her decision to get rid of Evelyn, to dispose of her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did, ladies and gentlemen. She disposed of her child like a piece of garbage. But her poor choices and decisions have a price, and they have a consequence. The state has proven to you over the course of the last week, Megan Boswell is guilty. First-degree murder, a false report, tampering with evidence, and a failing to report that death to authorities. We ask today that you hold her responsible for those poor decisions by finding her guilty as charged.
Just put up a poll for the deliberation timer.
Thank you, General. Listen to the attorneys.
Little sidebar here. Megan doesn't look to be looking over at the jury much. Almost sort of putting her shoulder forward. Is that Fiji water? They updated from Deer Park to Fiji.
Mr. Hyatt, Mr. Selner, Mr.
jurors.
Arnett. You're the 3 alternates.
There you go.
If you will go with the officer. Just leave them in the seat. That'd be fine. And your notes as well. And we'll just take care of them. The rest, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm going to finish the charge. All right. Now, back on page 49. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with it to this courtroom, and your foreperson will deliver the verdict form to the court. Take with you the presentment, the exhibits, the verdict forms, the court's written instructions, and you may retire and consider your verdict as soon as the officer comes back to get you.
That's quick. That's a quick charge. So as soon as they leave, we'll start the deliberation timer. We'll keep that going. Right now it is at 0. Let's see. There's our timer. It's at 0. 0.0 seconds. Judge has a clicker. The alternate jurors are getting their stuff out of the jury room, make sure they don't have to go in there after deliberation starts. Leave them somewhere else.
All right, now
Judge
Everyone stand, please.
Hands them the good book, meaning the jury instructions and the verdict forms.
Take the ones that you have. Just
Right.
the 3
Leave the others.
Take the one that you have. Don't worry about the ones that belong to the others.
All right, when the door closes, we'll start the timer.
Maybe see it. Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess waiting verdict of the jury.
All right, while they're doing that, I'm trying to get the timer running. Let's see, there's the button. Okay, so. All right, timer's working. We are now officially in verdict watch. Mathis, we have 2 things. We have Maya, and we also have a court case we need to finish with Judge Simpson we're in the middle of. All during this, we'll also be monitoring and watching to see what is happening in this case. So if any action happens, we'll be bringing that to you as well. So thoughts first. I'm not sure. We might get a call from Bug Dugger, who's our court watcher in the courtroom today. Particularly, I'd be interested to know what the jury thought of the defense closing when they got yelled at. I don't know how else to put it. It got a little noisy in there. There was, how could, when he was accusing the state of blaming Megan, charging her with murder because she grieves differently than they expect. He got a little heated during that. And I don't think it sat well. I mean, he was looking right at him, but I don't think the jurors were all nodding like, "Oh yeah, got a point. Let me jot that one down." I don't think we'll have that. Where's the timer? Let me put it on screen. It is right here. Box source 2 is going to be 4 and cut. That's a little big. Let me make it fit, shall we? There's the timer. That's the deliberation timer. He did not tell them what to do. The state did. The state said, we want you to find her guilty as charged. All these charges, we've met all the burden. We met or exceeded all the burden to every element of every charge. Defense got up there and said, yeah, she's a liar, but did they really prove it? Do the right thing. I wonder if he just couldn't bring himself to say, find my client not guilty because the state has not proven their case. I don't think he could do that with a straight face. So basically, he nearly waved the white flag on the minimum charge, which would be one of the accomplice type charges. Macy Coombs says, hit the like button. Thank you. We've got 1,200 of you already have. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Defense attorney, I think he did as good a job as he could with what he was dealt, but really, if his goal was to blame Hunter, he didn't think that one through. He's been cleared. There's zero evidence, and somebody was saying, "Hey, lawsuit coming. He's going to get sued." Unfortunately, can't. You can't sue somebody for what they say in court like that. He's basically protected from that. So tragically, that's not an option. But yeah, if you look at that, the defense's best story was blaming Hunter. That's their best. That's how bad this case was. Their best defense was to blame Hunter, who they had zero evidence to point to. Nothing. And that's all they could do. Yes, he is protected. I think yelling during abuse trial is a wrong move. It probably doesn't come off very well. Judge should have told him to stop yelling. Yep. Bug Dugger's calling in right now. Let me grab her on the phone here.
Call from Bug.
Hey, Bug. We're in Verdict Watch. Thank you for calling. I have questions.
I have questions myself. But go ahead.
First of all, we were talking about the defense attorney when he got up, and there was a point where he sort of got heated and started yelling, facing the jury, so yelling at the jury. Was there any reaction there? Was there any, were they making eye contact, nodding, shaking their heads? What did you see?
The whole jury was just stone-faced, no reaction at all when he was getting upset. I think he was wanting a reaction, and he kept trying to get there, but they were very, and through the states as well, they were very stone-faced. I can say that one of the jurors that was let go was the guy that I felt, pretty strongly that he was on the state side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bummer. And, but at least we still have swivel chair guy.
Swivel chair guy.
Yep. Can't fix her face. Got her. She was pretty stone faced too.
Yeah.
Yes, but there's a few of them that you just know that they think she's guilty. You can just tell.
I think there have been a couple key points during this trial from what you've told us that defense tried to get a read on the jury, tried to see, if we connected with anybody. And
Yep.
I think the indication is not looking good for Megan in that regard. That
It isn't.
But
It isn't.
it might be a very, very quick verdict. So as far as verdict goes, going forward, are you going to hang around the courtroom or what are your plans today?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know if they're staying past 5. Was walking out and was talking about it, and we're like, yeah, we have some questions. But now, if you could send me a message, and that way I'll know if it comes back, because the way the sheriff, the deputies have been in the front is they say, no, you can't go in there, and they lock the door. But yet things are happening in there.
So you have to be in before they happen because they lock everybody out.
You can't go in. They just start without us through another door. And
That's
it's
crazy.
been that way.
Well, I think in this case, that might be why the media is basically joining the live stream as it's underway, because there's no warning. I mean, the
No,
judge does his own
no-
thing, and if you show up, you get to see. But there's no, indication that they're going to begin at any time. So
And they lock the door so you can't get in.
that's got to be like a fire hazard issue. that's crazy. Tell me this. I've had a question, and a lot of people have asked this in chat throughout the day watching the week or so we've been watching this. Where's the court recorder? Is that the clerk and the recorder? Is that the one and the same? Because she doesn't look to be typing at all.
She wears a couple hats. It is picked up, and it's printing out in front of her on her display.
Is it AI?
There. Yeah, it's like picking up, and she's looking at it occasionally. I think that is actually the court reporter. If not, then she's in the hall because she ain't in the...
I wonder if they hired a remote person. I mean, that's a possibility, that to have somebody who could just take the feed, maybe in a different building, maybe in a different room, and can listen and just type it. That's fascinating, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. And I looked, because sometimes behind that, the judge's bench there's little codes. Yeah. And it's the same way in my county. There's just little codes, and you can see like the tops of their head.
Yeah.
I
looked.
But they get up and they go out when you're dismissed. You can then see them stand up and go out. There's nobody there.
The judge has like a team of munchkins back there that work for it behind the scenes. Tell me this: did any family in court today that you've seen, as far as Megan's concerned? I want to say something about it in a minute, but I'll let you answer that one first.
All right. So there was two men that came in, sat right in front of me, and when the defense was starting his and spinning some stuff, they kind of got up and was shaking their heads, and they walked out because the judge did say no outbursts, no, said it.
So they left. They wouldn't even sit there for that.
No. So, but I don't know which side they were on. I mean, they were shaking their heads. I don't know if they were like, "You're not doing a good job, dude," or, I can't believe you're saying no.
I'm not going to sit here and listen to this crap. That sounds more likely.
It could have been. Yeah.
So tell me this. We've got a question from Candy Kiss. Is the lady who got sick that has grandkids on the jury?
She is.
I think she would be there, yeah. Okay.
Went through.
Wow. All right, sorry, I'm fixing the timer. They've deliberated for 10 minutes already. So talking about people who aren't there, I believe her dad, when he testified, he was kept under subpoena, right? The defense kept him under subpoena.
Yeah.
And then the defense didn't present any evidence whatsoever, so he could not sit in trial the entire time. He could not be there for Evelyn because of that whole... Everybody that the defense said, yeah, we're going to keep him under subpoena because we might recall him. Subject to recall, the sequestration rule for witnesses means you can't be in the courtroom to hear anyone else's testimony unless you're an expert. And so he was literally prohibited from being in court to see his granddaughter's accused killer tried, which I think that was dirty, especially if they knew they weren't going to call anybody as witnesses.
It's very, very messy. Very messy. But, he could have came for this. They can come for the closing.
Yeah. Evidence is over.
But there was people coming in and people scooting over. It was pretty packed for the closing. So he may have came in and I missed him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, he might be there for the sentence. I don't know. It depends what the judge does. I'm not optimistic that he's going to put a big, notice to all parties who want to be present. We have a verdict or something. It sounds like it's just going to happen. And if we catch it, we catch it. But
yeah, and I'll find out if they're going past 5, if they're allowed to go past 5.
Yeah.
I'll ask.
Wow. Anything else that stuck out to you, or do you guys have any other questions I can ask for Bug? I appreciate the questions that are asked in chat already. Let me just check and see if we have anything. I don't think we saw you on camera. None of the cameras seem to pan back very far today.
The camera's panning?
No, I don't think it showed there have been, like, one day it showed people, but that was like a week ago.
So. Okay. Because I was like pretty sure that he wasn't panning.
Yeah.
Because when I first got in there, I sat kind of strategically behind the camera so he couldn't pan on me. When it wasn't moving, I was like, well, I'm going to scoot over here.
I'm not the gallery member you're looking for. Yeah, that's ask Bug if she was in the red vest with the heart blouse, says
Nope.
Pen. No. Christine, thanks for gifting a membership. Appreciate that. Let's see. Did Megan have a GoFundMe for Evelyn? I don't know if she ever did that.
I don't know.
I didn't hear anything about that. So I don't know. Everyone says, tell her we love her. Tell Bug we love her. Bug, please wave. That's what they're saying.
I miss you.
Yep.
The in-betweens can be very, very boring.
Yeah. I appreciate you doing that, especially knowing that there's virtually nothing you can take into the courtroom. You're just there sitting on your hands with your sweater, and that's it. So, but I appreciate you going and watching and doing this. And we've got a poll. Let me finish this for just a minute. We've got a poll up that I'll give you the results of. Maybe that might be an indicator of how long the jury will deliberate. We asked how long will the jury deliberate? 43% of you said they'll be home for dinner tonight. 31% says a Thursday morning verdict. 19% says Thursday afternoon, and only 4% think mid-podcast verdict, which is Thursday night or later. So a lot of people thinking it's going to be a quick verdict here. Even though there are a lot of pages. I mean, I would say that's probably half an hour to fill out. As far as just make sure you get the pages right, where we signed, which ones got the right charge, sorting everything the right way. It's at least a half hour there. Even if you're, a court clerk might be able to do it a little quicker, but most of these people, I don't know. It's probably their first time in court, and this every experience that they're going through, and this is new. Did the missing juror ever reappear? They shouldn't have.
Oh, they're gone.
They're gone.
Gone. Because they only dismissed 3, so she was in that by default.
Yeah. All right, Bug. I think that's everything. We're in verdict watch. We've been 15 minutes in. We're on our side here. I'm going to keep an eye on this. I've got watching all the sources for any of that. I'll keep an eye on social media as well to see if anything gets posted there first. And we're gonna watch a little bit of Judge Simpson, the court that we started. It's a funny case with the Sovsit guy who's also pro se. It's terrible. He does such a terrible job being his own attorney.
Are you watching Mr. Magoo?
Yes, from yesterday. Yep, Mr. Magoo from yesterday.
Okay.
Yep. So, Bug, thank you very much. Do you really want me to send you a message as soon as I hear something?
Yeah, because I might be out here and over in another vehicle, and I'll take my phone with me. So,
okay.
Just in case.
Okay, I'll try to do that. So, mods, chat, remind me to as soon as I hear something, text Bug.
Oh, God.
All right. Amber has your info, right?
Yes.
Okay, Amber's going to do it. Amber's so much better at this than I am, honestly. She's so much better. All right, Bug, thank you very much. I appreciate your eyes and ears in the courtroom today, and we look forward to hopefully seeing a verdict this evening. That's not too much to hope for.
I hope so. Yeah. I'm excited. I hope so.
Thank you very much, Bug. Stay safe. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Appreciate it. It is so good to have a court watcher in the courtroom. Just so you know, as we travel around the country and follow different cases, if we happen to be in your neck of the woods, being a court watcher is easy, and I think you're really going to love it if you have an opportunity. If you've got free time, if you're able to, or if I'm not going to say you have to take time off work, because I realize how precious vacation time is. But if you've got free time, I think you would enjoy it. And I would love it to get your perspective. Even if you've never been in court before or don't understand the proceedings very much, just tell us what it's like for you to see this happen. I shared a little bit in our interview with Courtroom Confidential the other day, just how neat that experience was for me the first time I was in court, and learning about the system and how it worked, and the taking the mystery and wonder out of it, one piece at a time, building in my head how the justice system works and why it matters. I'd love that. So please don't think you need to be some professional orator, English major, news reporter to be a court watcher. All of you can. And I'd love to have you guys help if you can. All right, jury is deliberating. We are at 17 minutes and 54 seconds. With that said, we are going to continue, and we're picking up right where we left off on a case that happened yesterday in Judge Simpson's court. Judge Cedric Simpson. He's a judge we've done a lot of court hopping with. We've seen a lot happen in that courtroom. Everything from a young girl who we were able to step in and help, and through us and the efforts of other content creators, we're able to raise, through your generosity, about $28,000 to help her get her life back on track. So we've seen some things in this courtroom, and this is one of the things that we shake our heads at when we watch. But we're going to bring you back to, let's see right here. Get rid of this one. There we go. All right, this is right where we left off. Judge Cedric Simpson's on the right-hand side. On the left, we're watching body camera footage of the defendant. He's been charged with, failing. Well, I think he's assault on an officer and failure to comply, something like that. Pin my comment, says Josh. We're on verdict watch. I'll pin that. But we're going to pick up right where we left off here. And ready, set, go.
Okay. Maybe now? Okay. Did you talk to anybody about your injuries? You told him? Okay. At what point did you tell him that? You turned around? Okay. So here we are at the just about where the prosecutor left off at the 4-minute mark. Still, we have not seen any from this angle, right? There's other angles.
Objection, is that a question?
No, it wasn't a question. I'm not even paying attention to it. It's extraneous. So I understand.
So here we are. Still, you have not said anything to Sergeant Gibbs, correct?
The voice we can barely hear is a police officer who's being questioned by the defendant.
Did you get home the Yes. What's your wife? Right? If your wife said you got to keep getting out.
So you were planning on giving him a ride home?
Yes, we're going to give him a car ride home.
So you did not suspect him of any crime. You were going to actually do him a gesture.
Relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Clarifying.
Yes. Do I have a key to get out? Keep showing. Yes. Keep showing me the key. Yeah. See, that's not his book. HBA just I am toxic. I can't. I am toxic.
So, real quick, and I'll cut it off right there. But at that time, it is your understanding that I'm only on arrest for, what was that? He said R&O?
Yes, resisting and obstruction.
Resisting and obstruction. Back to why I didn't walk away the 5 feet. Yep, thank you. Okay. So at this time,
the judge hits his head on the desk.
He's what would you call it? He's basically reciting the charges that he's, what would you call that?
Objection to relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. From my understanding, and I believe it is yours as well, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the point in time where you informed Sergeant Gibbs that you were injured?
I told him I was kicked.
Okay, you told him you were kicked. Let me back it up. So now this is the 7-minute mark, a good 5 minutes after my arrest.
He kicked me in the nuts, bro. He kicked me. Why do you think I got from him? I wasn't trying to do it. Oh, I know you right there.
So, is it accurate to say that we can't define at which point you were kicked?
I'm gonna never mind.
Is that true?
Based on the angle of the video from my body cam, I can't tell you exactly when it happened. I know it happened.
Okay.
I was there.
You were there?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something is it a joke? Do you find it funny?
What are you asking? Find what?
Being kicked in the groin funny?
What's the relevancy of that question?
Just a general question, yeah.
No. No. He's not going to answer that. He's not answer that question, man.
Okay. I'm trying. When the ambulance showed up, did you report these injuries to them?
Your Honor, objected. The witness has said repeatedly that he was kicked. I don't think he's ever said he was injured.
We're here on an assault charge, Your Honor.
An injury is not necessary to prove an assault.
I
know you do. I'm just making the record. Excuse me, Your Honor, I apologize.
No, it's okay. I got it. So what is your question?
Did you
receive medical attention for being kicked?
No, sir.
All right, very good. Go on, move on.
Did you at any point tell any medical professional?
That would be medical attention.
No, not
Yes, it would be, because he would have to report it for it to happen.
Okay.
He's answered that question. Next question.
I just want to play this moment here. This is same camera.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. This appears to be medical.
What is this? What am I going to watch? Give me a proffer.
What is it? Give you what?
Tell me what I'm going to see.
You're going to see Officer Tyson confess that he was joking about what he said.
About what he said about what?
About me striking him.
What?
Okay. Let's see.
This is one of that's his phone number. Yes, sir, that's just my weird. I have no 734. What's up? What's his name? Check it for me.
Wait, Your Honor, can we pause, please?
Pause it.
Your Honor, this is information not relevant to this defendant. This is a separate person's name and date of birth now that's being put out. Is not relevant to this. He has privacy rights that I did not play any portion of the video involving him specifically to respect his rights to not be a part of this. He doesn't have to be. So I'm objecting to the playing of this. We can get to the point of whatever the defendant is trying to put before the court. I really appreciate it.
It's coming right here, Your Honor. Well, and I would argue that Jacob Spaulding would be a key central figure since he's the reason I was detained in the first place.
Yes, but that doesn't mean he's giving consent to have all of his stuff put out there. What are you? So where's the part about him joking?
He quite literally says it, Your Honor. And I have certified records that have been transcribed from
Certified by whom?
By a certified Michigan court transcriber, but nevertheless, he's
well, if you're saying you have something that says that, because I did not hear that. So if you say have something that says, no, do not play over me when I'm talking. Stop. Cut him off. We're not doing it that way, Mr. Magoo. You're playing by this court's rules. Plain and simple.
I'm trying to, Your Honor.
No, you're not. You're trying to play by your own rules. And it's not going to, do not shake your head at me, because it's not going to happen. I'm letting you know that now. Now, if you're claiming you have some certified transcript, where is it, and has it been turned over to the people?
It'll be submitted after I have a digital copy of it.
Have you submitted it to the people before today?
Got it. No, just got it. Same videos I have.
I don't even know how you're gonna. I don't even know how that gets in, but I'm not even gonna worry about that at this point. Go
Did you
ahead.
hear what was said?
Continue with your question.
Did you hear the part where you said you were just joking? What did you say? You told the ambulance that you were kicked in the nuts?
Yes.
And then what? Laughing? And at that time, in between that point where you said you got kicked in the nuts and you started laughing, did you hear the part where you said, "I'm just joking, haha, you got to deal with me for the rest of the night"? Okay.
Apparently they can hear better than we can, which is good.
I'll be wrapping up right here. You know, I just want to clarify.
He does not get paid enough for this.
In your opinion, what
crime did I commit that made me be arrested? The judge just like spit it out.
What justified the search and detainment of me that day?
Resisting and obstructing. He gave you directives to walk away. You did not.
To the gentleman that went away in the vehicle. About obstruction. I was obstructing your medical evaluation. Because you at no point, you admitted that you had no point in plan on charging him with a crime. You guys were doing a great thing out there. You guys were helping him out. You guys were making sure.
Is there a question?
I'm trying to clarify.
No, is there a question?
Yeah. At what point do your medical evaluation supersedes my personal rights to public space?
I'm objecting.
Hey.
That's irrelevant.
Yeah, the form of the question, and that calls for a legal conclusion. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
Matthew Harris, thank you very much. I'm glad I last longer than apartment leases. The judge, eventually he starts playing with the fidget toy here. He's got some rubber bands on his desk. Let's see if he picks these up here.
Is there any witnesses? Did you guys get any witnesses on the scene?
To what?
To all these crimes?
To all these crimes.
That I'm charged with? Is there anybody else on the scene that you guys talked to that put me on any kind of crime?
The thing is, Mr. Magoo might have a great case. He might have a very
What crime do you think I'm guilty of?
Oh my gosh.
Sustained. Sustained.
I don't speak legalese, Your Honor. I'm really trying over here.
He is very trying.
Again, I don't need your satire. Just next question.
Please move this along. This was live court yesterday.
You said that you reviewed these tapes beforehand? These videos? Did you at all review that part of you speaking with the ambulance when they arrived? Did you at any time read me my Miranda rights?
The judge.
Before your arrest, you did not read me my Miranda rights.
I'm going to ask you questions. I didn't question you about anything.
Okay. One more question, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, this one speaks.
No. Yeah, all right, your excuse, sir. Thank you.
He's like, I'm out of here.
How many more witnesses do you have, Miss Lundy?
One.
One? Okay, I'm going to take about a 10-minute break.
We're going to fast
forward.
forward.
Need it, and then you can call your next witness. Court's going to stand in recess.
All rise.
Okay, so we're gonna skip through this break because we can. Turn off the sound. Oop, that was way too fast. That was 10 minutes. I scrolled pretty quick. This little wheel spins fast. Okay, here we go. Slow down, slow down. I think we are right here. Okay. There you go. Break's over. Break's over. Waiting for the judge. It'll be just a second before. Oh, nobody's here. The defendant's not here. The prosecution's not here. It's just the bailiff. Here they come. Here they come. Apparently they were they were hanging out in the hall. There we go. Everyone's back where they belong. Judge is going to turn the mics on in a couple seconds.
Additional witnesses, people rest.
All right. Any witnesses for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, people move for bind over on the single count of assaulting, resisting, or obstructing Darnell Tyson. Will reserve any further argument for rebuttal.
Okay.
Respond.
This is going to be good. He's getting his thoughts organized.
The sergeant's name was Sergeant Griggs, wasn't it?
Gibbs,
Gibbs.
G-I-B-B, opens in Boy S.
Yeah,
But, why are we not hearing the testimony of the other witnesses?
I'm sorry?
I was asking why we're not hearing the testimony of the other witnesses.
Because neither one of the parties called them.
I would like to call them, Your Honor.
Any objection to reopening the proofs?
Your Honor, I will let the court know part of the reason I changed my mind is because I failed to instruct the officers who were in the hallway that they could not watch the proceedings on YouTube. So it was my understanding they did watch the testimony of Officer Tyson on YouTube, and I apologize for that. Didn't intend to have that happen. I deeply am regretful of that. I did not know what was going on until I went out in the hallway. Didn't intend to call them because their sequestration had been broken and rest on the proofs that were put for the court.
Still wish to call them?
Oh, yeah, he wants to.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Are they still here?
I believe so. Which one?
Which one do you want, sir? Both of them.
One.
Right. Just bring everybody back.
Oh, no. They watch YouTube. They're like, can you believe this guy? Oh, man. It wasn't my channel. The judge streams on YouTube himself. He has his own channel on YouTube. He deletes everything as soon as he's done.
Okay.
But
so, which?
all three of them are
So which one do you want to call, Mr. Magoo?
Start with Officer Smith.
All right. Officer Smith, did you want the other officer? Did you want the sergeant? Did you want the sergeant sequestered during this testimony? Or
Yes.
Yes.
No, you.
So Sergeant has
no,
to go
you
outside.
don't give orders. You just don't. You just don't. No, you don't. No, it doesn't matter.
I'm cringing.
Yeah, keep smiling. Went well. Let's have him so.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give for your truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Oh, you see. State your first and last name for the record, please.
First name is Lawrence, LAWRENCE. Last name is Smith, SMIT.
You may inquire.
Oh, they don't start at all. Because they don't want.
It's your witness.
Right.
Now he can't lead because it's a direct.
How you doing, Officer Smith? Okay.
Good, I guess.
You'll have to lay a foundation with since we all know where we're at on the night. Where were you in the October 11th, 2:50 in the morning, and what brought you to there?
Objection, compound.
Okay.
Sustained. Ask your question.
What led you to a parking lot in Ypsilanti on October 11th, 2024, at 2:50 in the morning, approximately?
She'll let that one fly.
We were dispatched to a
fight in progress.
Fight in progress.
Yes.
Did you get a description of the people in the fight? What was the description? Do you remember? You were just looking for 2 people, or how many people? Don't recall. Okay. Do you recall the ethnicity of the people that were called? Were they what the dispatch? Who was the dispatched over the fight? I believe they gave some descriptive words in the police report. And do you recall what the
judge is trying every cup to see which one has the strongest?
Do you recall
leverage.
any descriptive words that would characterize the people that you were looking for on October 11th? What led you to approach me?
Well, we've seen an individual sitting, I believe, slumped over and looking non-responsive at the point, and we've seen alcoholic beverages around the individual, so we assumed that it was high intox. So at that point, it's our job and duty to end up rendering aid to the individual, and then having the ambulance come and assess their medical needs at that point.
Okay. You assessed that another individual was highly intoxicated?
Yes, due to our observations and then our directing by our sergeant.
Is that a crime? Highly intoxicated?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant.
Sustained.
I'm embarrassed looking at the screen for this guy. Get a lawyer. Get a lawyer. Oh my goodness.
Which part of assuming somebody was highly intoxicated warrants your interjection?
Can you ask your question again, just for clarification?
Are you trained on high intox?
I'm not trained on high intox.
On recognizing drunk drivers or something?
I've been in the police for less than a year, and I've observed multiple people that have high intox, and then also by directing my sergeant, who's also been doing this for 4 years plus. I believe that we can observe somebody that's high intox. So that
he was definitely highly intox, huh? You would guarantee, right?
Your Honor, that misstates the testimony evidence.
You can keep trying.
Okay.
The judge is giving him every effort.
The form of your questions are a problem.
Okay. At what point did you and I engage physically?
when you didn't follow the directives of my sergeant, who was let you leave the scene as we render aid to your friend and assess what he had.
Did he cite any legal authority to make me leave the scene?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
Relevance. Your Honor, I'm trying to understand the amount. Do you know? Okay, never mind. How long were you on the scene approximately until I was arrested?
Look at the report to memory.
Okay. Under 5 minutes?
I do not recall at the moment. To look at my report to refresh my memory.
Okay. Did you or your sergeant establish or discuss any probable cause to arrest me?
My sergeant gave us a directive to put you in the back of the patrol vehicle due to you obstructing our investigation. We were trying to assist your friend in getting medical attention. At that point, you were resisting. You put your hands onto the car, not the patrol vehicle, the car, and you clamped your
okay. So, but hold up a second.
No, you cannot stop him. You ask the question, he's going to get to answer it. So you don't stop him. Go ahead.
May I finish, sir?
Go ahead. Yes, you may.
So at that point, you were resisting. So then we got the direct boxer to detain you. And after you assaulted my partner, the sergeant gave us another directive to place you in the back of the patrol vehicle for assault on a police officer. So I had multiple encounters with you putting your hands on. Yes.
Okay. Backing up to the point of which I was thrown up against the vehicle. You're saying that the crime or the violation that I was in was not stepping away. Is that correct?
You were obstructing the investigation, yes.
Is obstruction, is that a physical act?
Look at the prosecutor.
I'm trying to object to legal conclusion.
Sustained.
Is obstruction of justice, is that a verbal or a physical?
Sir. What are you asking? Because it seems to me that you seem to be asking this officer for a legal conclusion. And
okay,
what's the judge's
I'm not going to have him answer the question until you can clarify what your question is.
In your opinion, is it your opinion that I obstructed physically?
I'm going to object this to the form of the question is the time, because it's not clear to me.
Sustained. I'll sustain it. You need to clarify your question as to at what point.
Yeah, at the point of which Officer Gibbs or Sergeant Gibbs and yourself pushed me against the vehicle to arrest me. To detain. Okay. At that time, was my detainment because of verbal or physical obstruction?
My sergeant asked you to place your hands behind your back. You did not do so. So we assist you by placing your hands behind your back. You did not do so when you was placed against the vehicle.
So could you label where my obstruction was?
Your objection. Ask the answer. I think he's been extremely clear about the different ways in which the defendant obstructed the investigation.
What investigation is what I'm trying to get to? We still don't have a corpus delicti, Your Honor.
Oh, I think we do, but that's okay. You think differently. I'll sustain the objection. You can try again, rephrase your question.
Under what investigation were you under?
Assisting your friend who was high intox.
Assisting high intox. Okay. Is that a normal police duty?
Yes.
Okay. Under those situations, is there ever a charge that would complement this?
Complement what?
Complement the assisting the high intox.
Okay, let's try to get this clear. You were there rendering medical assistance, potential medical assistance to the individual that was sitting on the ground,
Yes,
right? part of a police officer's duties, if they see someone that is in distress or in need of medical attention, would be to render aid. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were doing that evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we can move on.
Okay. What do you think my role was?
Your role in what? Can you clarify for me, sir?
So you have one really intoxicated friend and then one that's trying to talk to you. At which point, or which role do you think I would be under when
Was I the drunk one?
this investigation is going down?
I don't even know what that means. What do you mean role?
Your Honor, the officers showed up on the scene.
Yes.
There was no call for them to be there for me or my buddy. Okay, they showed up and they made themselves a part of our taxi ride home, and I got a charge for it.
No. Here's what happened. As I can best determine. They're dispatched regarding a fight. They come across something else. It was somebody that may look like they need medical attention. As this officers testified, that's part of their obligation to render aid when it looks as though it's necessary. They were attempting to try to do so. Your intervention or role began to take place when you failed to follow the instruction of Sergeant Gibbs. That's what I have so far. So now you may go on to your next question.
Did you write your police report for that night?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
You do that manually, or I'm sorry, on a computer, or do you handwrite them? Okay. Did you happen to write anybody else's? The report? No.
Did you write anyone else's report?
I'm
trying not to.
Have you read the report recently?
Yes.
Have you read all of them?
Yes.
Do you find any similarities between them?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
His name is Magoo. It's spelled differently.
Good response to that?
Relevance. I'm trying to figure out where these relevance. The relevance. They're all identical reports. It's pretty relevant. They were copied and pasted.
Maybe because they were all there.
And they all said exactly the same thing? Verbatim?
Okay. So this officer didn't write anybody else's reports. He just testified to that.
Okay.
So what's your next question to this officer?
Okay.
It would be interesting if
on your
everyone's
report
report was word for word, including
recall,
typos.
Any notaries of the presence of alcohol?
I need to look my report to the first one.
Okay. Do you recall reporting any alcohol? Okay.
Judge's eyes.
Would you agree that alcohol was a significant contribution to the reason why me and you met?
I'm going to object to speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, we have my friend that was called for high intox, correct?
No, we were dispatched to a fight in progress.
They were dispatched to a fight. Okay. They saw somebody
Fight in
intoxicated.
progress. You showed up on the scene, and you notice someone's highly intoxicated. That wasn't a part of the fight that you were dispatched for, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Who dispatched Huron Valley Ambulance?
Officer Tyson.
Officer Tyson did? Okay. What was the dispatch for? Okay. Seeing how that was, agreed that that was part of your investigative duties to assist in my buddy's intoxication?
Well, there's four more of that question.
I know that. Okay.
So rephrase.
Let me rephrase. Would you agree that the reason that you and I met was because of alcohol?
Objection. Ask an
Sustained.
What was the objection?
Give me strength.
You heard the objection.
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
It was actually asked and answered, but it should have been relevant.
Yes, it could actually apply to both.
It does.
So,
okay. Ask and answer. Is that what she said?
Ask.
Yes, rather clearly.
And answer.
It's about the fourth or fifth time that she's had to do that. So, I would think five. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
He doesn't even understand the objection.
Did you find any alcohol on the scene?
You asked your question, just clarification.
Did you find any alcohol when you guys arrived on the scene?
Nope, it all been drunk up.
Both. Yeah. Officer, you heard Officer Tyson's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear him mention the fireball? Yes. Okay. And then you heard him mention the seltzers?
Yes.
Okay.
White Claw? What was it?
Did you see these yourself? You did. Okay. So was there anything else besides those two?
Nothing.
Okay.
A new
nothing illegal.
Gallery.
You don't recall any illegal contraband or anything on us or near us?
Your Honor, objection. I'm going to object because he said he does. He had to this court to refresh recollection since he can't answer that question.
Sustained.
This is an advertisement for why you need an attorney. I've said this before. Mr. Magoo might have a great case. There might be problems with the charges, with the state's investigation.
When you're collecting evidence as part of your duties, what is the proper protocol when you collect evidence?
Can you clarify your question? Ask again, please.
What standards or procedures do you conduct when you are obtaining evidence on an investigation? Do you log that information? Do you report it to anybody?
Your Honor, object is the compound.
Sustained.
Mr. Magoo's frustrated.
He's not getting the.
I'm so sorry, Your Honor. It's okay.
Goodbye, Miss Senda. Enjoy your dinner. Take care.
She's like, I'm out of here. I've seen enough.
If you found a knife nearby on the same describe the same scenario, there was a switchblade knife, what would you do?
Objection.
Relevance.
I'm asking for the
I'll
procedures.
overrule it. Let him go.
Judge says, let's see why this goes.
Depending on the relevance of the knife to the situation or investigation, we'll dispose of the knife if it comes to not being relevant due to it being a safety hazard. If it was logged as evidence, it would be logged properly at the White Station, the Epstein police station.
Okay.
Before even touching the knife, I'll put on gloves. Then I'll put it into an evidence bag, label it, tag it, and I'll place it into my patrol vehicle. After that, I'll transfer it to the Epstein Police Department, and I'll log it into the evidence locker, and I'll notify my sergeant immediately.
Okay.
Wow. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. That was an impressive answer.
So,
for a rookie cop, did great.
Given that you did observe alcohol on the scene, who reported it?
Reported to Metro Dispatch about the high intoxicated friend. Or what do we do with the?
I'm specifically asking about the reports that were made, but also what happened with the items as well.
The reports of what?
The police reports, Your Honor.
What do you mean what happened to them?
Not what happened to them. What happened to the mention of alcohol in the police reports? Because there was none.
Now he's testifying.
Okay. Refraining a question, alcohol was found, and who reported it?
What do you?
I reported it to my sergeant, my senior.
Okay.
Was very present.
Okay.
I reported to Officer Tyson. Possibly that you might be intoxicated as well.
Okay. Do you know what happened to the alcohol that was on scene?
Well, we all split it up and drank it.
Oh. Okay. Did you get a chance to review the body cam footage from that night?
Thank you, Better with Bettero.
And is it your opinion that that I obstructed a verbal command by Sergeant Gibbs?
No, object to the conclusion, Your Honor.
I'll overrule it. I'll let him answer.
Yes, sir.
It was a verbal disagreement?
No, that wasn't your question.
Ask your question.
What was that?
Can you ask your question, please, sir?
It is your opinion that I verbally obstructed Sergeant Gibbs?
Well,
I believe that you instructed by not listening to his verbal commands. And then you were trying to render aid to your friend.
Do you recall his verbal commands?
There's a good question.
Does walk away sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
My sergeant says that frequently to us people, so.
Right. Right. Okay.
Oh my goodness. I knew 4 months. That's a long one. Now the judge has
With the walk away
rubber bands
term,
out.
do you ever hear him cite any other like legal authority with it?
You're asking to that night, saying anything to it, or just in general?
Yeah, just in general for right now. I'm just trying to figure out if there's like it's like a rule or like a law that you might say with that would like get somebody kind of
by order of the law, walk away.
At the time we see somebody that's obstruction to our investigation, we advise them to move along. If they do not move along, sometimes take.
How much time do they have for that?
It was directed by our sergeant.
Okay.
I think 3 times at least. So go ahead.
Asked and answered.
Did I physically prevent you from doing your duties?
Me personally, no.
Did I threaten you?
Not to my recollection.
Did I touch you?
No.
If I ignored you,
I'm sorry,
and just walked away, say 5 feet, would that have satisfied you? Do you know of a distance that's safe for me to be in those situations?
It wasn't directed by my sergeant. You would ask.
Okay. I have to ask the sergeant.
Let's take away that situation now and just a normal where you're investigating something. and maybe your sergeant's not there. Okay.
Okay, we're back on one time speed.
Is there a certain distance that someone has to be?
Yeah, I'm going to check Mr. Relevance. How about this?
And speculation.
Answer.
Yes. Sustained. Rephrase your question.
You could tell me a safe distance that I would have been that day that would have satisfied you and your sergeant. I understand it was his command, but what is your opinion that would have been a safe distance?
It is irrelevant.
Opinion is relevant? That was it?
Did you not hear me?
I didn't.
Okay. It's irrelevant. It wasn't his command. He has answered it twice as to who you need to ask to find that out.
And coming from the first car to the second, the patrol car, okay, there was there any resistance by me?
Are you saying from sergeant vehicle to the next patrol vehicle?
No, from the moment that I was put in handcuffs against, like, next to my buddy, to the moment that I was over there where we walked over to the patrol vehicle, the first one that I was, before I got transported. Was there any signs of aggression or resistance, in your opinion?
By whom? You?
By me.
Okay.
From your duties. You recall searching me?
Yes.
Did I consent to that search?
You were detained before.
Just yes or no?
No. You can answer the question.
And your patrol vehicles must be searched.
Okay.
It's part of our policy. And I'm pretty sure it's part of Michigan law as well. So.
Okay.
Search without consent.
So at what point?
You can't see me kick him in the groin on the camera, so it didn't.
Did I go from detained to arrested?
After the sergeant gave us the directive that you were being arrested for assault on a peace officer.
Wait. So on the first car, walked over to the second car, right? At what point I was detained all the way up until that point, and then I'm thrown in the back and I'm told I'm arrested. Did you hear that part in the video?
Yes.
So I'm just at what point? Do you know who said that in the video?
The directive.
Sergeant Gibbs?
Yes. You gave us the directive that you were being arrested for assault on a peace officer.
No. So assault wasn't mentioned until long after I was in the patrol vehicle. Okay.
So I need clarity on.
Yeah. So like right when I'm thrown in the back of the vehicle, that's the first I heard on the video of the switch from detainment to arrest. And I just wanted clarification on your perspective of that transition from detainment to arrest.
I'm going to object to this access. He's answered when he was
asked and answered to the extent what his opinion is may also be irrelevant.
Thank you.
He's not the one that gave the command.
Did you see me hit anybody?
No.
Did you hear any signs of stress from Officer Tyson?
Yes.
What did he do?
You went, ooh.
You just said you heard signs of stress. You don't recall what they were?
I agree.
No.
Verbatim? Was it words that he said? Is that what you're referring to?
He said he doesn't.
Good.
Sustained. He suddenly had a high-pitched voice. Yeah, we need that.
Personally see me strike him?
Objection. Ask and answer.
Ask and answer.
Sustained.
What was it? Ask. Oh. Ask and answer.
Oh, I can only ask the question and get the answer one time? Huh. Who would have thunk? Law School 101, right here. We're learning.
Could you clarify if you said that you've seen me strike anybody?
Could you what? What's the question?
Clarify if the officer's seen me strike or assault.
He's already answered that. Well, assault's going to be another issue. But in terms of striking someone, he's already answered that.
Cindy
and
has
I've
a
also
soft
seen an
spot for the
objection from
underdog.
you asking it again to him. And here you go again.
All right.
Resisting and obstructing, those are the charges currently. If it's illegal to waste a court's time, that might be added to his rap sheet here.
Is it to your knowledge that you did not suspect a crime being committed?
Can you ask your question just for clarification?
Is it to your knowledge that did you suspect a crime being committed by me or Jacob Spaulding?
At what point?
At any point in the stop.
Can you clarify the stop?
Okay.
How about you use the calendar dates? Those will be at any point on date XYZ. Did you observe? Two words, public defender. The funny thing is,
were you aware
I think
of
the judge even now would let him get one in a heartbeat?
Officer Tyson's statement to the Huron Valley ambulance?
Objection calls for a hearsay answer, and I don't know that it's relevant.
Sustained.
This is not someone winging it. He has studied. He has prepped.
If you could define at what point the probable cause was to detain me.
You didn't listen to my sergeant's directive. So he asked you to place your hand on your back. You did not do that. You resisted that.
When he said walk away?
No, you don't get to, excuse me, officer. You don't get to interrupt him in terms of his response. You ask the question, you let the witness answer. Go ahead.
And then at that point, your hands are placed on your back. You're acting the resistance to do so. And you place handcuffs.
Okay, within 30 seconds of being on the scene.
I'll be in there for 30 seconds.
Would you agree that alcohol was a related factor?
To what? Related factor to what?
The night. The reason why we came in contact with each other.
So vague.
What's the relevance of that?
It's misreported. It's misreported in evidence. It's not there.
I'm not going to, he doesn't have to answer that question because you've asked it in 4 or 5 different ways already.
All right.
And I'm not even sure what it means.
He's worn earbuds every single day of court that he's been here. And this
Do you
is
recall
what, the
what I was
fourth time
asking
we've seen
you
him in court?
when you were searching me?
No.
Do you recall a lottery ticket?
I don't go ahead and either since she did the search.
A winning lottery ticket that went missing? I don't think anyone's feeding him the questions. He just wears them out of habit. These ones are small enough they appear to be almost.
Did you believe that Jacob
grenades.
Spaulding was going to get charged with a crime?
Sustained.
Notice I don't
No
see
more questions, Your Honor.
I don't see
I have
Jacob
no cross.
Spaulding.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Witness number 2 is done. We have one more witness to drag through this mire.
Sorry. So did you now wish to examine Sergeant Gibbs?
Yes.
All right. This witness. Thank you. Yes, sir.
The witness doesn't show up by magic. You have to. You have to
You're
tell
good.
them.
Don't worry about it.
You have to
The
go
great
get-
distraction. All right. Sir, if you could please come forward and be sworn.
Please talk loudly. We need to hear this. How
Let's
this
see,
is.
raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony?
Martez Gibbs, Martezgibbs.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Gibbs.
may inquire.
Good afternoon. State your badge number for the record, please.
366.
366, okay. You recall the events of October 11th?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review any of the videos?
Yes.
I'm not going to bore us anymore. I'm going to really try to get to the point here. What was your, if you could articulate the probable cause as to my arrest?
To your arrest? Well, Arnold and assault to an officer.
Okay. All right. RNO was the initial one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, at what point did you determine that I was resisting or obstructing? Is that correct? Is that
Resisting obstruction. It'll be when told to put your hands behind your back, you tensed up, start to pull away, which other officers had to come and help me get cuffs on you, took you over to the vehicle, held you against the vehicle to put you in handcuffs, at which point.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of events, so I'm going to just try to keep it at the one right now. Thank you. So it was, you said the point I was being detained was, or I'm sorry, resisting for.
Yes. So you're talking about detainment or arrest. So we got two different things going on.
Okay, so let's walk me through it. I was detained for.
Detained for interfering.
Okay. Interfering. What was I interfering?
You were interfering with my investigation, trying to help your friend who was extremely intoxicated. Yes.
Okay, trying to help my friend. Is that your lawful duty?
Yes.
To help my friend?
Yes, to help him, yes.
Okay. Okay, go. You were.
Look at the judge. He's so happy. He's like, get him.
You said a couple parts.
Get him,
Go back to the detainment. So it was for interfering.
Yes.
Okay. Did I verbally interfere?
Yes.
Did I physically interfere?
You kept getting closer to your friend, so that would be physically interfering.
Physically interfering. Okay. For your investigation against my friend.
Yes.
Did you assume he was doing anything unlawful?
No, he wasn't doing anything unlawful.
Okay. You just want to help out, which was.
Exactly. He was,
yeah.
He was highly intoxicated.
Okay. Do you recall me asking you anything when you first showed up on the scene?
I'm sorry. Say one more. I'm sorry.
Do you recall any questions that I had for you when you guys showed up on the scene?
Judge's hearsay.
Stain. Hearsay.
Hearsay. What's hearsay? I don't remember studying about hearsay on the internet. Hearsay. It's a novel.
If you could give me your timeline, I mean, I could play the video, but give me your idea. How long was it from the point you showed up on the scene and then I was arrested? Or, I'm sorry, detained.
Say maybe possibly 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes. If I told you it was under 40 seconds, would you believe me?
But if you want to know, then I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Do you assume that I was at that time when you showed up? Did you assume that I was up to a fight that you were dispatched for, or did you clarify that that was something?
No.
You knew I wasn't in a fight. Okay. So so basically, what I have here really is I've watched the video thousands of times, right? I get me and you at a disagreement, right? In your words, what would be the disagreement?
You interfere. I'm trying to help your friend. You're telling me I have him. I got him. Well, that didn't seem to be the case. If you had him, he wouldn't have been on the ground drunk. So therefore, it's my duty as a peace officer to ensure that this man is safe. And
because I wasn't doing it.
You were not.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
Every time he gets a new objection, he repeats it to himself. Huh. Hearsay. Oh.
Who ordered the HVA ambulance for?
Objection, relevance.
Stan, what's the relevant to that?
Good question.
I know.
Good question.
All right.
Well, if you don't have an answer, objection sustained.
Oh, I can't look. I can't look.
If you watch the video, sir, I gave the order to call HVA.
Thank you. Speaking my language now. All right.
I want to scream like the goat. Oh, man.
Did that make you feel threatened in any way?
Did you make me feel threatened in any way? No, sir.
No.
No.
I didn't give you an aggressive vibe or anything?
You gave me the aggressive vibe when you tensed up, but initially, no.
Okay. What did you tell me before detaining me?
I told you to walk away several times.
Walk away.
Yes, to walk away.
That's would you call that or consider it a lawful command?
That was definitely a lawful order, yes.
Okay.
It was lawful law. I'm just nodding like a bobblehead. Yep.
Do you know under what law that would be?
I cannot.
Objection.
Can't talk out my head. Sorry.
Okay.
It is definitely a lawful command. You're interfering. I asked several times.
You know if it says like a certain distance?
If what says a certain distance?
The regulation on the lawful command.
What regulation are you talking about?
My safe distance from my public's private space.
Mr. Magoo, that's going to depend upon context.
Right.
It depends on what they're investigating. So, what are you asking?
Right.
How far back did I have to get?
At what distance would have been safe?
You could have walked to the sidewalk. You just stayed there. That's it. That's all I wanted. You didn't have to leave.
Man, that would have been so easy. That would have been so easy, right?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Still trying to figure out this time, though. I was first, right? There was no investigation.
Prosecutors.
So at what point does investigating somebody else's drunkenness
I was here first.
Determine my arrest?
When I'm trying to assess a gentleman who's high intox and you're interfering with that, that's when that justifies that.
You're interfering with your, would you call it a civil act of checking on his welfare?
Oh.
Yes?
Go ahead. You go ahead and answer.
Okay.
Can't
so still no crime.
No.
You were just helping out.
It's not to be drunk in public,
right.
Drunk and disorderly as you were. That's the problem.
Okay. I was disorderly.
Yes, you were definitely disorderly.
Okay. I was disordering your investigation into the civil matter related to someone else.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
You said I was disorderly.
Yes.
So in the process, I was, because like it's under 40 seconds, right?
Okay.
So within 40 seconds, I didn't listen to your walk away when you're trying to investigate someone else's intoxicity and welfare. God bless you.
Objection is to form of the question.
It's a form of the question.
The judge is on Instagram. He's like, I'm done. I'm done.
Knowing that there was no crime, would you agree that?
Or your friend?
Showing up on the scene, you guys were trying to get information about
A fight, an alleged fight.
a fight. Okay.
Once we saw there was no fight.
Right. And it wasn't that.
Your friend.
Right. Drunk guy.
Yes.
Right.
The guy intoxicated.
Let's take care of him.
Exactly.
Okay. So you're trying to take care of him. And what did you think I was doing?
Objection as to speculation.
I think.
Oh,
did I?
Let's hear.
What I think you were doing.
Yeah.
Hindering. Being obnoxious.
Okay. If you never showed up, what do you think would have happened?
Objection speculation.
Sustained.
Oh my goodness.
I just have a picture, Your Honor.
Of what?
Just the night in question. Just a picture.
I would really like to see any exhibits before you showed up to the court.
There you go. Just me.
Do you have a copy for me?
You can have that one.
Great.
Can I show them real quick?
Yeah, I'll give it to you. No.
What's it a picture of?
I just want to show this random picture.
And for what purpose am I seeing this picture?
Identification.
Of who?
Of me. What was going on before.
A picture's going to tell me all that?
Got to be a good picture. It's worth 1,000 words at least.
You got a picture.
I think the judge.
Well, I don't. There's no other copy, Your Honor. So.
No, that's fine.
I would have sent it to you digitally. I got.
There you go. There's your picture back.
I mean, can I do it? No.
So what do you want? You want? Are you going to introduce that picture as evidence of something, or try to?
Oh, I just yeah, I'm gonna try to.
You're going to try to. All right, let's have it marked. Defendant's Exhibit A.
It's halfway there. It's been marked. Now let's see if we can get it admitted.
It's just identification purposes, really. I see a confused look on your face. Before you guys arrived on the scene. What was that?
What are you talking about? Who's confused? Look.
Oh, no, but it was.
Oh, trust me. I think the sergeant knows more about identification of an object in court than you ever possibly will.
Right.
So I don't think he was confused at all.
Oh, okay.
Judge says the quiet part.
But appreciate your concern. Can we get that marked so we can get this done?
It is marked down.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ann. I didn't mean to rush you, but sooner or later we got to go home.
Yeah.
Thanks, Josh. I got the pin.
Okay. Witness has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A.
We're approaching an hour and a half of deliberation.
Do you recognize those two gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you could give your opinion of the two.
Objection foundation.
Sorry.
Yeah, this picture's not coming in.
What we're wearing look familiar. That was the same night. Would you agree?
Objection foundation.
Sustained.
The picture's not in yet. Foundation. One more thing I forgot to study on Google before I came today. Oh, Josh, thanks for this one. I appreciate you, man. He should have gotten a lawyer. He probably could have beat these charges with a lawyer.
I'm still trying to get to a crime that I committed, and this is before you showed up. This is. I was waiting on a ride, right?
Hold on a second. So the photo that you're showing is an.
It's just
no, quit interrupting me. The photo, Defense Exhibit A, is a picture of events you know are prior to the sergeant getting there.
Right.
Then how's he going to answer any questions?
Like I said, it was for identifications at first.
Of what?
The condition.
You've already been identified.
The condition of us. I was the one, and I was. Yeah, but like I said, I know what happened.
Okay, that's fine.
But I'm trying to prove it, and yeah, please.
What are you trying to prove?
That there was no crime.
That picture doesn't do it. I'm not.
That was the night.
I'm not going to accept the picture. You can't lay a foundation for that photo.
You're right. That was.
I know that.
That was for identification, like I said, so we can just get rid of it.
So defense exhibit A is not admitted. All right, go on to the next thing, please.
Okay.
Yeah, he gives that back to me. Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Al. Do you recall the presence of alcohol on the scene?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall reporting that there was alcohol on the scene?
Yes.
You did report it?
Yes. It says it in the report.
Says it in the report?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider it to be a significant factor of the night?
Objection.
Which night? Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You need to ask better questions.
Yeah.
Just got an update from
This
Bud.
is last question.
We'll get to the break here.
Could you just clarify your duties overall that night in regards to me and my arrest?
Clarify my duties in regards to your arrest.
The probable cause for my arrest. Could you establish the probable cause? RNO? For not listening to the walk away command? Okay. The walk away command is what you're referring to, though, right? The probable
that's
cause.
Been established.
The walk away was your detained. I detained you because you did not walk away.
Okay.
And had you just put the cuffs on smoothly, it would have been fine. You cuff you, when you resist, you tense up, you pull away, that starts the RNO. Then when you strike an officer with your foot, that further strikes that RNO as well. So therefore, you got assault to an officer, you activate your RNO. So that's why you were arrested, sir.
Okay. Did you physically see me assault anybody?
No, I was over there dealing with your highly inebriated friend.
Okay.
Inebriated friend.
No more questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Officer. Sergeant.
I had no cross-examination.
I was hoping that was true. You may step down, Sergeant. Thank you. Any other witnesses for the defense?
No witnesses.
Any rebuttal witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have a motion?
I do. To find over on count 1, next charge, assaulting, resisting, or obstructing Officer Darnell Tyson, reserve any further argument for rebuttal.
Response.
Your Honor, I under MCR 6110F, dismissal, lack of probable cause and insufficient evidence. There's no proof of any harm done. The officer that said I struck him, you know, he also said that I didn't, and he was just kidding. We all heard it. Didn't want to play it over again for some reason, but it was pretty clear what he said. And I appreciate the officer showing up to assist my friend with a highly intoxicated cause for investigation. But I do that does not warrant my detainment, much less my arrest. Yeah, and
he put together a little argument. I'm not saying it's a good one.
MCR 6110F, dismissal, lack of a probable cause. There was no probable cause. Anything after that is thrown out and inadmissible.
Fruit of the poisonous tree.
It's under Matt versus Ohio.
Throws case law in there.
Blondie, any response?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. I don't really need it. Folks, give me 5 minutes. I'll come back with my decision on this.
I excuse the police officers. They've been here since before now.
Oh, no, they're going to be here as long as I am. No, they cannot go anywhere. What'd you say?
They said that's fine.
I don't think that's what he All right. We're staying in recess.
All right. Okay, we have a little break. We're going to skip through that as well. Give me just 1 second. Oh.
Maybe see.
Okay, so. All right, so now we're in a break. Let's fast forward just a tiny bit. Break is now going to be over right here. Okay. Bug was on the phone. Hang on. Bug was on the phone really quickly. Told us that the jury has dinner provided for them back at the hotel. So they will be leaving approximately 5 o'clock. If they don't have a verdict before then, they're going back to the hotel at 5 o'clock to have dinner, and they will be staying there. So our stop time on deliberation will be at 5 o'clock. They're going to come back tomorrow, and of course tomorrow they have all day. They're really in the driver's seat when it comes to that. So it looks like the chance of a Wednesday verdict is very slim right now. It would have to come in the next 10, 15 minutes. I'm just not sure if that's going to happen yet. So let's keep playing here as we're almost done.
How much did you pay? $50. Okay, mine was like 25. How long is the solution? Like 3 days. Yeah, I'm trying to bring on.
All right. 14A District Court for County of Washington, State of Michigan is back in session. The Honorable Judge Jason.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right. Having no additional argument in this case, the facts and circumstances of this case, the people with reference to count 1, the charges as against Officer Tyson, the people have sustained their burden of showing that the offense of resisting and obstructing that officer, Officer Tyson, was done by the defendant on that date and at that time. Additionally, as the court can do pursuant to court rule and statute, the court does believe that other offenses were committed during the course of this, which are 2 other additional charges of resisting and obstructing, specifically when starting, I guess, with what it will make count 2 with regard to Sergeant Gibbs, the failure to follow the sergeant's command. And I have to give the sergeant all the credit in the world that he gave continuous warnings for the defendant to remove himself from the area. The defendant then refused to do so. At the point at which also the defendant is being detained and put into handcuffs, there is sufficient testimony that at that point the defendant committed a separate offense of obstruction at that point in resisting the officers, and then ultimately the one to the kick to the groin of Officer Tyson. So those, in essence, constitute the 3 separate counts of resisting and obstructing. Therefore, the defendant is bound over to circuit court on those 3 charges.
Your Honor, can I ask a clarifying question so I make sure I file a corrected amended information? The court found probable cause for added count 3 resisting and obstructing, opposing, or endangering which officers? All 3?
Yes, all 3 officers. So count 1 is referenced Officer Tyson. Count 2 is referencing Sergeant Gibbs. It just got worse for him. Count 3 is referencing Officer Smith. With regard to taking the defendant into custody and his resisting of the handcuffing, as well as, quite frankly, his resisting of, during the pat down, the refusal to acknowledge or respond to the officer's questions can constitute obstruction. So he is bound over on those 3 charges. Do you understand that, Mr. McGrew?
Still argue the probable cause, but I'll let the paperwork from this point forward talk.
Pardon? What are you saying?
No questions over there.
All right. Do you wish to have the information presented to you and then arraigned on that information?
No.
All right. So you're waiving presentation and reading of that information? All right. Defendant having waived presentation and reading of the information. And, sir, what plea are you entering to those 3 counts?
I'm innocent, Your Honor.
What plea? Listen to the question.
Here are your choices. You can plead not guilty, you can plead guilty, or you can stand mute, say nothing, and the court will enter a not guilty plea for you. Out those 3 options, how would you like to plead to the 3 charges?
Stand mute.
And then having waived formal reading, standing mute to all 3 counts, court will enter a not guilty plea as to all 3 counts. Pre-trial in this matter will be set for
April 3rd at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Slay.
April 3rd, 2025, 1:30.
He just
Poor
laughed.
Judge Slay.
Poor Judge Slay.
May I have until noon tomorrow to submit a signed amended information to the
Yes, we'll hold the file.
Thank
If you do that, that way the whole file can go up.
My goal will be by noon tomorrow.
Fantastic.
Judge Slay is a good friend of his.
Previously, the defendant has accepted email service of motions, but the court be so kind as to make inquiries if he'll accept email service of the signed information.
Sir? There'll be an information which is very similar to the complaint in this case. It will be signed off by the prosecutor based upon the court's rule. What the prosecutor is asking is, will you receive an email and take that as service of your copy of the information?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Great. Bond will continue. Thank you. All right.
So this might
All
be
right.
the last.
Mr. Kennedy, I did have some
we see
that I did need to address
Mr.
with
Magoo.
you.
Okay. They're done. They're done. That might be the last we see of Mr. Magoo. We followed him through his court appearances with Judge Simpson, and it's been painful from the first day when he fired his public defender because he could do better just by Googling. This is where it got him. His charges have now grown. He's about to go to court and still has no clue, sadly, what he's doing. I've said this over and over. He has a case. He's raised relevant issues. If he knew how to bring it up in court and how to get evidence submitted into court before the court to consider, he could win this. He could definitely get the charges possibly lessened or even the whole thing thrown out if he knew what he was doing, which he doesn't, which is why he needs a lawyer. And in his stubbornness with the fact, I mean, he's stubborn because his lawyer won't ask the questions he wants to ask. He wants to ask the soft-sit related questions. On what authority? You had no authority to stop me. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yep, they did. And because the lawyer won't ask that, he fires the lawyer. The lawyer was the best thing working for him. The lawyer could have gotten to the issue about the police reports where everything is verbatim, copy-pasted. That looks bad. That looks bad. That could be an issue. That could raise some questions. That can get some evidence thrown out. That could get witnesses not believed. That could come up. The whole picture of what we were doing before, not relevant. Not relevant. That's not coming in either way. But if he just could get to a lawyer and then shut up, just let the lawyer work and do what they do well. So he was only his private public space, and he was there first. I would be a better lawyer. I would be a better defendant because I would get a lawyer. I would not be a better lawyer. I would get a real lawyer to represent him. But so now Judge Slay, Judge Slay, I think the last time that the Judge Simpson was sworn in, Judge Slay swore him in. So they have a long relationship. Amber, thanks for calling. How are you doing today, Amber?
I'm okay. How are you?
Putting a happy face on. That's all I can do right now.
Great. So do you want to finish your thought, or do you want me to tell you why I'm calling first?
Tell me why you're calling. I'm nervous.
I was going to say, for another wonderful laugh that we all seem to need today, Matthew put something in Mod Chat that's rather peculiar that we may have coming up at, towards the end of the month.
You say check Mod Chat. Let's see.
No, you did not miss the verdict. The verdict has not come down yet.
Yeah, we're still. Let me show you where we're at. 1 hour and 41 minutes, 42 minutes of deliberation. We're still waiting on that. They're going to deliberate till 5 o'clock. We have a different trial to cover this year. I want to look at it's Texas Charles Chapman.
Keep reading.
Why is Matthew Harris's name 70 times on this indictment?
If you would read what's alleged.
Okay, I'm just going to skip through. I've got, it's like a page long on very fine print. There may be a case coming up. Let's see. Duly organized grand jury. A grand jury in Lubbock County presents an indictment for Charles. Let's see. September 6th. Electronic communications by email. Let's see. Threatening the defense would be committed against the other person. Threatening the offense would be committed against the other person. Threatening the offense would be committed against the other person. Threatening 1, 2, 3. How many emails were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, there's another page. It keeps going. 12, 13. And throw property in there for good measure for 14. So apparently you can't threaten a lawyer or you end up going to court.
I just want to know.
Oh, man. Matthew, you're the victim in a pretty serious stalking case. First of all, that's not, we're joking here, but they are serious. The threats are serious because some of the people who make unhinged threats try to follow through on them. So first of all, please stay safe, Matthew. I know you've got means and methods to do that, but know that we want you to stay with us and please stay safe.
I told Matthew I just needed to, have the word that I needed to break out the black leather gloves, and I got his back.
And he's a sob sit. It's a sob sit case. Oh, Matthew.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Oh. What judge? This is out of Lubbock.
I'll find out.
Okay, we need to do some homework. We might need to send some equipment and maybe a person down to Lubbock for a quick case. Hopefully he hasn't met the bond, the $20,000 bond. Oh, there's a nice mug shot too.
See what you're missing, Mod.
One of our fantastic mods, Matthew Harris Law, one of the first lawyers to join us on this stream, has a case where somebody was allegedly doing things that were not okay and charged with more than a dozen threats against a person and property. So, literally just posted bond. So please say a prayer for me. Oh, Matthew, I could spring for a Motel 8 for you, but that's about as far as I could go. If you've got anything better, let me know. Seriously, we're laughing. In all seriousness, please stay safe. I know that's crazy. That's crazy, and I'm sorry. I realize you do, as a lawyer, especially working in family law, there's usually somebody who isn't happy with something you do with every day of your job. There's somebody on the other side who views you as the enemy and the reason why things didn't go their way. And to have them then take that a little bit further instead of just being frustrated to verbalize it or enshrine it forever in email. It's next level stupid is what it is. So hopefully they don't try
black
anything
and
else.
white.
Yeah. Everything I know about law, I learned from Matthew Harris Law. If you don't know, Matthew Harris is also a fellow YouTuber, built a YouTube channel with the idea that he could save his clients some money by teaching them a little bit, instead of instructing them during billable hours about something that's very repetitive for him and easy for them to listen to and learn. He started making YouTube videos to help his clients out and just to give them an understanding of how things go and how the law works. and he's grown. He's probably the best dressed lawyer on YouTube, and absolutely fantastic. If you don't follow his channel, please do. He does a poll every single day. Every single day there's a poll on his channel, which I am firmly convinced that if you can answer every question of his poll for a year and get, say, like 80% right, you could pass the bar. It's that good. It's like a study guide for everything law related. You would love it. So there's the link to his channel. Matthew Harris, you are in our thoughts and prayers. Please stay safe. Hopefully this gets sorted out quickly and permanently. So I don't know.
Just for those who are asking, because I see one in chat asking why it's so funny. It's only funny because we know Matthew Harris Law and the kind of attorney he is, and this was just.
Yeah. Matthew has been here since the get-go. And we do know him. We've done video chats. We've interviewed with him. He's been on the phone a million times, and obviously one of the moderators on the channel. And when he's not busy doing real court things, it's awesome. So that's the only reason we have a little moment of levity here, in that Howie shared it with us as well. But thank you, Amber. Thanks for pointing that out to me. I've been shy of mod chat today because bad news has come in mod chat today. So,
I'm gonna try and refrain from any more bad news if I can help it.
Okay, but do ask around, see if that's something we can stream, or maybe there's a live stream somewhere that we could watch.
Oh, I'll do some digging.
Okay,
I'll do some digging.
I've always said I wanted to watch Matthew in court, and I never thought he would be the victim in the case that we would be watching. I always wanted to see him in action, but awesome. Amber, thank you very much. Once again, Amber,
not a problem.
Thank you for what you do. You guys don't understand everything that happens because we don't talk about it all on the channel. Amber is a huge help to me, as all the mods are, in different ways, as they help in different ways. Even making difficult phone calls where I'm not able to let a friend know that someone passed. Amber's stepped up and done that, and that's so far above and beyond what a moderator on YouTube you think would be in the job description. And Amber has been phenomenal, just a huge support to me as well. And so Amber, for me, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Yeah. I'll see you guys in chat tomorrow.
All right. My eyes are leaking, so we need to wrap this up. Thanks, Amber.
Yep. I'm getting off of here.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, our heart does go out to the friends and family of Sharon McDonald, one of our moderators who we found out passed away yesterday. And so please keep them in your thoughts and prayers as we're going forward. But this is the best place on YouTube. We have just a couple minutes. I don't want to bail because there's a chance the judge is going to call court back into session to dismiss the jury, and sometimes that gives us a little bit of insight into what the judge's plan is or going forward, what's going to happen. So we've got just a few minutes to stall. It'll put us almost just shy of 2 hours of deliberation time. And yeah. And Matthew Harris says, that's not a cardboard cutout of me. Ricky stopped by the office one day to say hi. I got to meet the legend in person. Matthew, thank you for that. I can tell you, because you talked to him, but this community meant the world to Ricky. And it shows in the fact that as soon as that picture was available, he changed his Facebook profile to be the two of you together. He thought the world of you, he thought the world of people on this channel, and we likewise thought the world of him. So thank you very much, and thanks for being a real person. That you met Ricky in person, where most of us just met him on the phone through voice, and I appreciate you being the physical contact there between that. All right. Let's see. No more. I'm not seeing anything else coming through on the live stream. I think we're pretty safe to say give it 2 more minutes, and we're going to stop the timer on the deliberation at 1 hour about 54 minutes, I think is where we're going to be stopped at. And we're going to be back for a verdict watch tomorrow. So what does that mean? It means a couple things. We can either tomorrow watch the Maya hearing, which happened today. This was oral arguments. It's only an hour long, and we could start another case. I'd like to start another case, mostly because this one's very heavy. This has been a difficult one. I'm not talking about just the happenings that just affected our community, but the case itself and the fact pattern and the charges. This is a tough one. Many people who have been with the channel for a long time have reached out to me and said, I wish I could watch, but this one hurts too bad. This is too close, and I'm looking forward to getting to another. Oh wow! Bug just overheard the defense say food is now going to be delivered to the courthouse, so we might be later. Bug is our court watcher in court. She's been sitting in court today to listen to the closing arguments. She's been there a couple days before as well. So the plan is now no longer to take them to the hotel at 5. So we're gonna keep this going a little bit. Do you want to do it tonight? Do you want to watch the Maya arguments? These are arguments before the oral arguments on the appeal is what they are. So they're high level, but each side gets about 25 minutes. The whole thing's only 55 minutes long, I think. Do you want to do that? Otherwise, we could do it tomorrow. Here's what we'll do. I'll keep the monitor on what's happening in Tennessee. We're going to play what's going on with the Maya trial, the updates from earlier today, and talk about those let's see, we're 4 hours in. I think we can do that. Let's see. So we're going to play Maya, and we will break in with anything that develops on the Tennessee case as we're waiting for the jury. Does that work? Is that a fair compromise? Okay. All right, here we go. Let's bring this one in. I think they're on 6. Yes, they are. Okay.
Each side has 30 minutes for this case. Rebuttal time for the appellant we will limit to 5 minutes. So if we are ready to go, let's proceed.
I'm going to balance out the audio to be a mono signal.
Good morning, Your Honors. May it please the Court. Derek Steikleather on behalf of the Appellant Hospital, and under Judge Lewis's direction, I will have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Very well.
The $261 million verdict in this case sprang from 3 clear legal errors. And if I could take about 90 seconds to give an overview of what those errors were and why they denied the hospital a fair trial, I'd say first, the plaintiffs were allowed to accuse the hospital of causing the suicide of a patient's mother 3 months after the mother had last set foot in the hospital. Second, the plaintiffs were also allowed, without any competent evidence to prove any of the elements of insurance fraud, to repeatedly accuse the hospital of engaging in fraud, lying and stealing from the family that sought care at the hospital. And third, the trial court profoundly misconstrued the protections of Chapter 39 immunity, limiting it only to reporting immunity and conduct at the dependency court proceedings. These 3 major errors set the stage for wild allegations that this is a hospital that kidnapped and tortured a little girl in order to kill her mother. That did not give the hospital a fair trial, and a retrial is necessary that does not include claims that we caused the suicide of a non-patient, that does not include unsupported claims that we engage in insurance fraud and steal from our families. And only follows a proper application of Chapter 39, such that the hospital is not held liable for conduct that is protected by the order of the legislature, and even for conduct that wasn't even hospital employees or agents, that was state actors.
Could you round out your understanding or your position as far as the immunity? Obviously, you feel that it's too narrowly, the statute's too narrowly construed. How would you view the immunity that the hospital arguably is entitled to?
The immunity first expressly covers any act authorized by Chapter 39. I think that's the first important point, because the judge said it covers reporting. From there, the authorizations, Chapter 39 is a voluminous chapter, and the legislature has said that this is a robust immunity. Courts have said this is a broad immunity, and there are very strong public policy reasons for that. I think particularly relevant here, there are immunities granted under Section 39-303-3, subsections A and subsections F, that apply to the Child Protection Team. Dr. Sally Smith, in this case, is the Child Protection Team Medical Director for Pinellas County. She was actively involved in what were child protection activities throughout. Subsection A in 39-303-3 gives her the power to diagnose and evaluate a patient. It gives her the power to order laboratory tests, to perform x-rays. And subsection F gives her the authority to collaborate with the treaters to develop a treatment plan.
You would agree
this is an appeal.
that even with the immunity, that if there were an intervening tortious act by the hospital, that would not be covered under that immunity?
It would depend on what the act is. The problem here is that much of the immune conduct was just labeled tortious. You tortiously...
Well, let's just take the claims as they are, the intentional infliction of emotional distress. If that did indeed play out, then would that be covered under the immunity as you've just described?
I think a true case of intentional infliction of emotional distress would not. And I think what your question's getting at is this an absolute immunity? If a child is being protected, anything goes, and that is not the position of the hospital. It is certainly possible that intentional torts can be inflicted upon someone and there would be accountability. I think a good example on the medical malpractice side was that if a patient had appendicitis and Dr. Sally Smith performed an appendectomy, because she's skilled as a surgeon, and this is hypothetical, of course, but if she performed an appendectomy and botched it, you could bring a medical malpractice case saying, well, that's not child protection activity. But what the hospital was held to account for here was Dr. Sally Smith is going around and asking questions, and she's rude, and she's weird, and she's got this raspy cigarette voice, and I'm trying to clean up my child, and she's asking me all these questions that don't really seem related to what we're there for. That's core investigative child protection activity.
Well, let's go. Can we go to the intentional infliction of emotional distress claim by the estate?
Yes.
Okay. There's the case of Nelson, which I'm sure you're familiar with, because you're relying on it for the intervening cause of the suicide, that would absolve any liability by the hospital. And so in looking at Nelson, it allowed a claim of suicide to go to a jury, right, because they were remanded for trial. And so it talked about the difference between one being driven to suicide versus the actions and circumstances, and I'm paraphrasing, but driving one to be mentally ill and then that person on their own volition committing suicide. And I focus on that because that distinction is the issue. I believe the court in that case is why they took it and it became a jury question. Why do we not have that same jury question here, where the facts are that we have the hospital's position was that Mrs. Kowalski was, we had the Munchausen, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, by proxy. And So they've already indicated that there's a mental illness there. I believe one of the doctors had mentioned, his name is escaping me now, but I believe one of the doctors had mentioned that she was in some sort of mental state, as maybe had relayed some information to them to that effect early on upon the admittance. And then you have, after that, you have, and I realize while they're not direct, some of this isn't direct to her, but you have statements by Nurse Beatty to the husband saying, why don't you divorce her? You have statements that the daughter's faking it. You have, my mic is going out. You have some allegations of interference with her religion, and it was noted that she was extremely religious. And you have them challenging her medical profession as a nurse, and then challenging her as a mom for the way that she treated her daughter. So my point to all of that is that's like everything of the woman. That's like her whole existence. It wasn't just one thing that she was being challenged on. It was all of those things. Why is that not enough evidence on the issue that was the Nelson that they remanded for, not enough to go to the jury?
I think the most important distinction is that Nelson versus Seaboard is a FELA case, the Federal Employers Liability Act, and that has a almost non-existent causation requirement. FELA cases, the instructions that go to the juries are, if you find even in the slightest that this caused, you can find liability. It is significant that this is a 1980 FELA case, and we don't have a case in the following 45 years where a Florida jury has been asked to find someone liable for causing the suicide of someone who there's no clear duty owed to. And I think that the other part of your question I'd like to address is, how do we not feel for a mother who's accused of abusing her own child? And that ingredient is present in every single child protective action that the state and pediatricians and social workers ever take to separate a child from a parent. It is always traumatic, it is always awful, it is always terrible.
Well, then on that point, following up on Judge Smith, if the hospital's operating under a shelter order, to what extent and what is the nature of any duties or obligations they might owe to the parents?
There are profoundly different obligations. I think one of the core principles of child protection law in Chapter 39, and we see this in the case law, the duty is to the child. This law exists for the benefit of the child and not for the parent, because the parent is always outraged, is always upset. Whether the allegations are true, whether the allegations are false, they are going to be devastated, furious, and they are going to sue. And because of that, we have a history of healthcare providers who are very chastened, very nervous to get involved, because the entire history of child protection legislation since 1963 in Florida has been, you need to get involved, and when you do, you will be protected from litigation.
But don't you have to balance that with a parent's, and we're talking about a minor, 10-year-old minor, don't you have to balance that with the parents' rights that they have with the hospital? I mean, they're the parents of the minor child who's a patient in the hospital, and can't this coexist?
They can coexist, but the legislature has made a clear policy choice, because in all of these cases there is this fear, what if I'm wrong, or what if I'm right but there just isn't the proof? How much blowback is there going to be? And the history of these cases across the country is there is very often fierce and intense blowback. People are angry about this, and if this is allowed to go to a jury will be angry about this. And the the testimony at trial amounted to, if you're going to accuse someone of child abuse, you had better be right. And the entire history of child welfare law is that that is fundamentally wrong. It is the exact opposite. It is that if you have merely a reasonable suspicion, you have to report, you have to get involved. And doctors now face risk of losing their licenses. They face criminal liability.
Let me ask you this. Was there anything in the, I think there were 5 dependency orders, was there anything in that limited the parents' rights to be informed of Maya's treatment or participate in those decisions?
The parents were included that they would have decision-making authority. It is necessarily a massive limitation of their rights as parents when the child has been removed from the state and is being sheltered in another entity, and when the reason for this is the good faith belief. And I want to emphasize, good faith is an important limitation. You are not protected for bad faith actions. You're mad at your ex, you're mad at your neighbor, and you accuse them of child abuse to mess with him. That is not protected at all. This is good faith child protection activities, and there is an inevitable conflict. These are always awful, terrible, raw, sensitive.
But it didn't remove the parents' rights to be informed and to be involved in the decisions of treatment.
Certainly not as an absolute matter, but there is, for instance, when they want to do video monitoring, they want to have the child in a room for 2 days to monitor without her knowledge, just to see, because they're repeated from the immediate outset, vast discrepancies between what they're reporting she can and cannot do and what they're observing with their own eyes.
And that was something that I believe through the testimony was approved through risk management?
Yes, an assistant risk manager approved of that.
And
that's a problem.
What's the difference? What does the hospital use as a guide to interacting with the parents to get consent or at least inform them? And in the case of the monitoring, just doing it on their own at the advice of the people who were involved in minimizing risk.
A lot of these Chapter 39 orders give this discretion to the hospital. They say the hospital has these rights, these rules are in place, the parents have these rights, but all these things like visitation, care, this is going to be done as seen appropriate by the hospital and consistent with the best interest of the child and the best interest of the care. When the theory of the case, the theory of the detention is the mother may kill this child. The mother not only, and this is not a case of a parent who drinks a case of beer and starts wailing on the kids where simply physical separation solves it. This is a psychiatric dynamic that's going on between the two, and that's the leading theory. And the mother is not the patient of the hospital. And if it's presented as a medical malpractice case where, well, did you have advanced psychiatric experts? Are you absolutely certain the mother had this problem? That cannot be the standard. The hospital has to have.
How I'm trying to get my arms around this. How is it in the best interest of the child to videotape her to prove their theory when the risk was that if she was incapable of getting out of bed, they would rather her fall to prove that the mom was right, or to prove that she actually was a victim of Munchausen by proxy?
No, there's no desire to create a fall or anything like that, and that among all the conspiracy theories, that has not been suggested that they wanted the child to fall. The idea was there is necessary for medical and for child abuse investigatory reasons to find out why is there this very strange, immediately apparent discrepancy between what they say the child can do and what she does right in front of their own eyes. There is a vast difference in her behavior from when the mother is in the room from when the mother leaves the room. They are presented with a bizarre situation. This girl shows up and the mother reports she has been put in a ketamine coma that we took her to Mexico to do because they're not done in the United States. And we've been taking her to a doctor who advertises on the internet as nopainhannah.com, and he's pumped her with 55 ketamine infusions at levels that are 10 to 100 times the amounts that this ER this hospital would ever give a child.
That was under the direction of a medical doctor here in the States. The referral was, right?
The referral to Mexico? Or
No, I think the referral to the doctor, was that under the advice of a medical doctor here
yes.
that she was being treated by?
You can find doctors in Florida that will sell you pain medications. And they got a $10,000 ketamine 4-day treatment from Dr. Kirkpatrick. Dr. Hanna sold them ketamine at least $1,000 a pop 55 times. The Mexico ketamine coma was $40,000 plus. There are doctors who will sell you high-powered pain medicines and prey upon vulnerable families who are desperate for some solution. And everyone loves an easy solution. Ketamine's a magic drug. This will fix your daughter's problems. And the healthcare providers, when they are presented with this, they call Dr. Hanna. They ask, we're getting these reports, what's going on? They ultimately agreed to titrate her down, but to give her these high levels of ketamine that were the same levels that put her into a coma just a year before. But her tolerance has grown so high that as her mother writes in a blog, writing in the first person as Maya, I'm taking enough drugs that would kill a horse. I mean, that's not hyperbole. She's taking massive amounts of ketamine because she's built this high tolerance, and the care providers are gobsmacked by this. They do the due diligence, they file a report, it is found as a matter of law. They had good faith reasons to file this report. It is immune conduct, but yet the entire and they also won summary judgment on civil conspiracy, they won summary judgment on malicious prosecution, and they won summary judgment on intentional interference with the parent-child relationship. Those were all proper, and none of those are being challenged on appeal. They won those, and what they had to do was defend a medical malpractice case that made all of those same claims. You're interfering with the parent-child relationship. This is malicious prosecution. You just don't like this mother because she challenged your opinions, and you're out to destroy her. And what that, I think the end game is that.
Do you want a new trial? Or you want to, if we agree with you, a new trial or strike through various damage items?
We certainly need to strike through the suicide claim. That is not appropriate. There is nothing remotely close to the level of extreme and outrageous conduct beyond all possible bounds of decency, conduct utterly intolerable in a civilized community. This is child protection activity by licensed pediatricians, healthcare workers, who admittedly have an honest disagreement with the family over what's the proper medical care. The actions of Sally Smith are entirely immune. Those are Child Protection Team medical director expressly authorized actions. The hospital cannot be tied to her and have to defend Sally Smith's conduct as the face of the hospital. The retrial, to answer your question more directly, cannot include claims of insurance fraud. This was put in purely for the poisonous effect it had on the jurors and the effect it had on their view of the hospital. This is a hospital that lies, cheats, and steals from its patients. It's rotten to the core. And when it got to closing arguments, the plaintiff said, you know what, just give us $1, because we don't have the evidence of this. They're thrilled they were able to say it for 8 weeks, but we don't have the evidence, just give us $1. The jury gives them $5 million, even after the plaintiff's request, just make it $1. And in the briefing, you see that the plaintiffs still argue that the IIED claim is supported by the evidence because of the evidence of fraud. You know, this jury could have found it because of the fraud. This was you don't bring a $1 claim unless it's going to deliver something. And this delivered immense prejudice against the hospital. So that's the second part of what a new trial can include. I think the third part is that the new trial must follow proper application of Chapter 39, which will sharply limit the type of evidence that can come in at the retrial. So much of what was presented at the first trial was immune Chapter 39 conduct, even conduct by Child Protection Team workers, going in and confiscating this food, taking away the sacrament. I mean, things that are very sensitive, taking away her laptop, taking away her cell phone. These were actions done by state actors, or whether they're contracted through Suncoast, but non-hospital actors as part of their child protection duties. And they are
And we're all, we're, I mean, I think that we're all in agreement that this is a The ones you just laid out here, were those specifically laid out and authorized by the dependency court orders for them to do?
No. I don't know that the court says iPads, but the actor, it is the child protection team that is making these decisions.
You're saying simply because they are a child protection actor, whatever they do and they think is right is immune?
I'm saying that A, they're certainly not the hospital. B, the immunity should be broadly construed as a robust immunity, and I think there's a very strong presumption that when...
What does that mean exactly when you say robust? Is there a case authority that talks about that, or what does that term mean to you?
I think it means that it reflects that there is a policy...
I know there's specific good faith requirements in 39.
Yes.
But I don't know that that's defined anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, and the word robust actually I think comes from the trial judge himself when describing the Chapter 39 immunity before failing to apply it. I think it goes to the idea that these situations are always terribly sad. And if angry parents can bring lawsuits that quibble over details, you were allowed to do this, but it didn't expressly say you could take the iPad, so I'm going to say you maliciously took my iPad in order to make me miserable. And I'm going to talk about how sad I was for 97 days. And I'm going to have experts refer to my hospitalization and sheltering as a captivity. I'm going to use this language of kidnapping, abduction, and torture.
Was there an option where she could receive care when the trial court was considering the shelter?
It was a fluid situation. There was the initial detention, which was done by the hospital, and that's under 39-395.
And that's their initial report. That deals with their initial report.
There are even two initial reports. There's an October 7th report and October 9th report. The October 7th report, the reporter says the parents are cooperating, they're doing what we want to do, and DCF's response is, well then, we're okay. Then if they're doing what you suggest, we'll leave it alone. A few days later, they call back and they say, we have much graver concerns now because of what we've learned in the last 48 hours, and an investigation is opened. That point creates enormous protection and immunity for all of the good faith child protection activities. Again, if you're operating in bad faith, that's an entirely different matter and you're not protected. But good faith child protection activities must be broadly protected, because if someone is on a 91-day sheltering 24 hours a day for months on end, who is able to get, just through testimony, someone said this, I didn't like the look on her face when I was talking to my mother. I mean, they go to trial over facial expressions. I didn't like Kathy Beatty made bad faces when I was talking to my mother. And when they're saying she also constantly interrupted when my mother and I would stop speaking English and began speaking in Polish. Well, that's in the order. You've limited, they're worried about the psychiatric dynamics and the pressure being put on the child by the mother. And a clear stipulation is, or not stipulation, a clear part of the order is, these are going to be monitored calls, and of course they have to be in English. If you switch to a language that the monitor doesn't know, you're no longer monitored.
Can you clear up something for me related to the false imprisonment? At what point in time between the first report in October 7th and the next one, when did the Kowalskis ask to leave the hospital?
It's not entirely clear.
It's not to me either.
Yes, and I've spent a lot of time on this, and I can't delineate exactly when and where. There is the testimony, we were threatened, we'd be arrested. In the light most favorable, we have to go with the assumption that they did detain the child. I can't identify what day, what time that happened. But there's also, throughout the medical records, repeated references to extensive communication, family meetings, and consent. They agreed to placing the nasogastric tube. They agreed to a colonoscopy.
And then they later agreed to stay at the hospital.
Yes.
At some point in time. I guess my next question to follow up on this is, were they forced to stay stay, because there's some allegations here that they would only leave if the hospital would remove the Munchausen by proxy or the syndrome from the records.
So let me interrupt that. In fact, we do want you to answer the question, but you're in your rebuttal time.
All right.
But please answer the question, or else I get yelled at.
I'm sorry. Could you please?
Was that is that an accurate depiction of what happened? That they were not allowed to leave unless they agreed to the theory of the hospital that she was a victim of the Munchausen by proxy.
Thank you for repeating it. That's absolutely false. That is what they present as their interpretation. The medical record is prepared. The hospital wants to transfer them to Nemours. The family wants to go to Nemours. But the mother's intent, I want a clonidine pump that is inserted into her spine that provides these massive painkillers. And Dr. Santana Rojas at Nemours says, well, we're not going to do that. Dr. Rojas is a CRPS expert. And the Hopkins throughout admittedly said, we are not CRPS experts. But we are, professional child anesthesiologists, pain management experts, pediatricians. This is one of the elite hospitals of Florida. There's a lot we can do, but we're not the ideal place for this case, which has a psychiatric dynamic and a CRPS dynamic, and we want to move you there. The parents spike the plan. They do have to consent to the move. The hospital's ready, Nemours is ready, and they say, take out this part about suspected Munchausen. And the hospital says, well, no, that's the medical record. That's the honest view of the hospital. And they argue at trial, this meant we would have had to agree to it. It doesn't mean that. You can write, that's what you think, I disagree. And that's just what's thrown to the jury is we were trapped because we would have lost our license. But that's the medical records. There's no right to change the medical records, not to correct errors, but to adopt our theory that we are not child abusers before you consent it. There's no right to do that, and there was no barrier to doing that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. You'll have your 5 minutes.
Thank you.
He'll still get his 5 minutes. Now for the family, for Maya and her family. This is the other
Good
side.
morning, Your Honors.
He gets half an hour
Mike
as well.
Tanner, Gunster, Yoakley, and Stewart for the appellees. Judge Smith, I'd like to begin by answering your questions and the 2 last questions that you asked, and then follow up on the questions that you asked, Judge Black, about the scope of the immunity. But I would like to start out with your last question on on when the Kowalskis were told they couldn't leave the hospital. And you heard my colleague say that it's not clear. It's actually very clear. It's at page 3208 of the transcript. And Jack Kowalski testified there that they arrived on a Friday afternoon, October 7th, and he said there that on the following Saturday morning, the next morning, he asked to leave and was told he could not or they'd be arrested. So 3208, and then look at his testimony at page 3265 and 66, where he elaborates on that. And then, and I think this is important also to your question, you don't need to accept Mr. Kowalski's testimony about that because it's actually in the medical record. Look at the record at R109-987. And that is a record by Dr. Voss that was done in the early morning hours of the following Tuesday after she'd had a conversation with Beata Kowalski that evening, in which Beata said, we want to take Maya out of here tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning would have been the 11th, to take her to an appointment with Dr. Hanna, one of her treating physicians. And Dr. Voss goes in and memorializes in that record what the hospital's response to that was going to be the following morning. And it was that leaving with Maya was against medical advice, and therefore they would not be allowed to leave. And if they attempted to, security and risk management would be called. It's right in the medical record. And the documents that counsel referred to that show that purportedly the Kowalskis agreed to stay at the hospital, those are all cited at page 13 of their initial brief. I commend those to you. I want you to read those because what those actually show is that those were all dated the 12th or the 13th, after they'd been told what they were told and memorialized in the record on the 11th. what those show is that the Kowalskis are attempting to accommodate themselves and get along as best they can in the circumstances they find themselves in. And they're agreeing to do some things the hospital is suggesting and disagreeing with other things. But at no point is there anything in the record where they agreed that they would stay there and that that's something they wanted to do. And I just wanted to start off with that. And I will add this as well. I think what you heard this morning was very much like their brief. And what's remarkable about it is the number of factual disputes that they continue to assert and factual issues that they continue to believe that they can litigate here with you in this court. They dispute, for example, that ketamine was efficacious for Maya. They dispute, as you heard just a few minutes ago, that they told the Kowalskis they couldn't leave the hospital. They dispute that they put Maya in the room to video her and that she soiled herself. They dispute that still. They say that it was for medical treatment, yet it wasn't in the medical file. Counsel said to you this morning that there was an assistant risk manager approved putting her in there. Well, it wasn't an assistant risk manager, it was the risk management department. And we have documents in the file we gave you that show the very senior people at the hospital who were involved in the risk management department. So I wanted to kind of start off with that to give you a flavor of what we perceive as a very, very factual kind of presentation in the brief and here this morning. And all those issues were submitted to the jury. And the jury found against them on those issues. And yet they want to litigate them again here in this court. So Judge Black, and Judge Smith, you asked this question too as a follow-up on what is the scope of the immunity. And I listened very carefully to my colleague here in answer to your question, Judge Smith. Well, what about tortious conduct? Would that be immune? And I think I got a concession that it would be in theory, but then what was that? We have torts here. That is, the jury found torts in this case, and yet we don't have a concession that those torts would be subject to the immunity. We have some other torts, I suppose, that would be. But if you go through their brief, I think the residual point is this. They contend that everything that followed in time from the act of reporting should be immune. They don't say it that way, but if you read their brief closely, look at pages 24 and 25 of their reply brief. I think it becomes clear there. Everything after the act of reporting, they say should be immune. It would be good faith sheltering in their words. So there are two reasons why that's wrong here in this case in particular, but generally. And the trial judge, I think, drew the line very correctly and very carefully between the immune and the unimmune. It's wrong because the statute that we're talking about, and it's 39203(1)A, immunizes certain types of conduct. It immunizes reporting, and the trial judge gave them that. And counsel here said today that they won a certain number of claims. I want to make sure we are talking about who won those. The hospital won those. The false and the malicious prosecution, the abuse of process, the negligent infliction claims, the interference with parent-child custodial claims, all of those were tossed out by the trial judge on Chapter 39 grounds. So they won those claims, not the plaintiffs. But the trial judge correctly ruled that the things that are immune are the claims and the liability that logically follow from the act by reason of reporting. And so he eliminated all those claims I just described. But then he went on and assessed the remainder of the claims under the remaining language of Section A, which they ignore. And we're asking you and believe that you should apply the full language of the statute. And the remaining language in Section A, and Judge Black, this particularly goes to your question, I think. Section A immunizes reporting, but it then also immunizes conduct that is authorized or required by Chapter 39 and undertaken in good faith. And Your Honors, there's no such thing as a good faith tort, especially a good faith intentional tort. And nor is anywhere in Chapter 39 tortious activity authorized or required. And so that was the trial judge's analysis, which we suggest was correct. He looked at the nature of the conduct and decided if it's tortious and it's not clearly required or authorized by Chapter 39, then it would be an issue to go to the jury in answer to one of your questions, Judge Smith. So, so that's partly why they want to exceed the statute or ask you to exceed the statute when they ask for what would essentially be blanket immunity. But the other problem is this. They ignore Section 1B, which goes on to say that any person, which would include a healthcare provider that itself abuses children, is not subject or does not get immunity for any of that. And the trial judge ruled that this kind of conduct, based on the allegations, would fall squarely under that. And that, and the authority for that would be the Yamani case and the Floyd case that we cited. So, Your Honor, I hope that's an answer to your question. I think that's the scope of the immunity, and that's what the trial judge did, and we say he did it correctly.
He's great at arguing before them.
So,
he answers
Judge
the questions
Smith, I do
before they
want
ask
to
them.
also address your question on Nelson. And I think you summarized quite well all the conduct that we laid out in our brief on the application of that case to the IIED claim. Two things I would just say about Nelson. In their brief, they predicted that there would be this avalanche of litigation if
Dr. Joe was there as well?
suicide causation claims were allowed in the state of Florida. Well, that hasn't occurred. Nelson was 43 years ago, and there's been no avalanche of litigation. And I think the trial judge correctly ruled that under Nelson and under the Tate case, which is cited and is the basis of the Nelson ruling, that his jury instruction was absolutely correct, where he gave it a two-prong instruction of the substantial factor, which comes right out of Tate, and also the uncontrollable impulse, which comes right out of Nelson. So you would be following the first district if you applied that analysis and affirmed the trial judge on that instruction. And I will say this as well. Counsel said it again, they said it in their brief, that, well, Nelson is an outlier, and also it's based on FELA principles. I think if you read the case, you'll see it's not based on FELA principles. Tate, which it relies heavily on, is a common law case, relies on majority jurisdiction, American civil trial tort principles. And then Judge LaRose, I do want to get to one of your questions. I'm sorry, it took me a while to get there. But you ask, what are the duties of the parents under the shelter orders? And I think it's important.
Specifically, what was the hospital's duties?
Yes.
What were the hospital's duties?
What were the hospital's duties under there? And the trial judge, at the request of the hospital, gave an extensive instruction on that to the jury. And one of them was, Judge Smith, this goes to one of your questions too, the parents were permitted to participate and be consulted on medical decisions regarding Maya. That's right in the order. But the other terms of the orders were that the parents were to have communication with Maya. They were to be allowed to have certain types of visitation with her. The husband and, yes, the father and the brother were allowed communication. The mother was allowed telephone communication at first. Later that was expanded to allow FaceTime. And they were allowed written communication with her. So, and as we said in our brief, the hospital's refusal or failure to carry those out was part of what we contended was the part of the IIED claims. And those come right out of the shelter order requirements. I do want to address the points he made about Dr. Smith. The fact is, they said it in their brief. Dr. Smith did not present well as a witness at trial, and
she was
and I'm sure they regret calling her. The fact was that the plaintiffs played one deposition clip from her. It lasted about 30 minutes. The hospital called Dr. Smith to the stand and kept her there for quite a while. And so if there was any sort of prejudice to the optics of the case from Dr. Smith's presentation, the hospital bears the responsibility for that. But I think it's important to remember also that Dr. Smith's and her apparent agency was an issue in one claim out of all of these, and that was the medical negligence claim. It was not an issue in any of the other claims. All of the other claims are based on the acts of other individuals and in the hospital, none of whom were shown to have any relationship with the CPT or the dependency court. It was only the medical negligence claim. And the verdict form for the medical negligence claim laid out 2 questions, or 3 questions actually. Is Dr. Smith an apparent agent? Yes or no? If the answer to that question is yes, was she guilty of medical negligence? Yes or no? But then it went on to say, were there any other employees of the hospital other than Dr. Smith whose conduct rose to the level of medical negligence? And they answered that question yes, because there was abundant evidence in the record of other medical practitioners who were involved in the treatment of Maya. And so you really don't even need to reach the issue of Dr. Smith, because the medical negligence verdict is, you can affirm that on the conduct of all of the other doctors. And it was the other doctors in the hospital, Dr. Vose, Dr. Tepa, Dr. Dees, who made the decision to terminate Maya's ketamine. And that's the basis of the medical testimony that Dr. Chopra testified. It was the termination of the ketamine, which was an efficacious treatment for her, that permanently aggravated her CRPS.
This is
and the
just
hospital
earlier
has
today.
Not challenged the admission of that testimony.
We're still waiting on the verdict.
And I also would like to, on a related point to what was going on in the hospital would like to give you the impression that everything that was being done to Maya, what she could see, where she could go, who could see her, who she could talk to, all of that was being controlled on a very granular level by the DCF. I want you to read the testimony of Catherine Beatty at pages 3962 through 3970 and 4000 through 4004, because she was very clear there about what it was that Johns Hopkins was dictating, what their discretion was, the decisions they were making through the risk management department versus DCF. And so it's a significant exaggeration to say that DCF was involved in the details of what Maya could do, the scheduling of phone calls, whether she kept her bathroom door open. That was all done by the hospital. Those decisions were made by the hospital. I think I've answered most of the questions, if not all of them, that you asked. Are there any other questions you would like to ask me at this point? Because there's one final point I would like to make, but I want to answer your questions first. All right. Well, let me lead with this. I think
no questions
on the damages.
No questions.
The hospital, in its brief, more or less went through all of the damage numbers and threw their hands up and said, this is all excessive. There's no evidence that supports any of this. Please reverse it all. Give us a new trial on all of it. More or less, that's what they said. If you look at the damage numbers, and the numbers are large, no doubt about that, but we have to remember that these injuries were done to a 10-year-old child who then would suffer those injuries for the rest of her life, which would be a long life from that point, from 10 years old to 70 or 80. And the medical testimony from Dr. Brewerton was that because of the events at Johns Hopkins, or he uses the term events, she suffered permanent aggravation. She suffers PTSD. And then he said from the experience she had at Johns Hopkins, she suffers major chronic depressive disorder. And that testimony was not objected to by the hospital, and it was not, the admission of it was not challenged as a point on appeal in their initial brief. So that's the medical testimony. The damages testimony was tried as a unified damages case on economics. It was $15 million from Ms. Kirby, and they have not objected to that testimony, and they didn't raise it as a point on appeal in their initial brief either. So that testimony was established by competent substantial evidence, $15 million. If you then take the non-economic award, which totals for all the torts on Maya now, that totals $69.5 million. That's a 4.5 times multiple of non-economics to economics. This court, in the Ailes case on remand from the Supreme Court, left undisturbed a non-economic award that was 16 times the amount of economics. Ooh. So we submit in that light, and remembering that this was a 10-year-old child, these numbers, even though they're large, look very reasonable. And so, again, unless there are questions, we would ask you to affirm, and we stand on our papers.
Give you your full 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Rebuttal.
I want to emphasize that there is a difference between the evidence and the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the evidence versus rhetorical expansion. And a lot of this case deals with, and something like ketamine efficacy. What are the reasonable, what is the evidence of ketamine efficacy? Maya Kowalski showed up at this hospital having not just been put in a ketamine coma that had her at, and the science is it's milligrams per kilogram per hour. But that coma in Mexico was at the rate of 3 milligrams, 4 milligrams, 5, 6, and 7 for the 5 days because tolerance builds. The day before she arrived at Hopkins, she was infused at 24 milligrams per kilogram per hour. And the doctor treating her said, "I'm out. I have failed to treat her. You need to take her to a hospital. There could be bile duct inflammation, but this has failed." She rated her pain 10 out of 10, her quality of life 0 out of 10, and she showed up screaming in excruciating pain. Her testimony is that my lesions were returning. The idea that ketamine efficacy is just the law of the case, that this worked and the hospital, ruthlessly just ripped it away to get the mother to kill herself, is conspiracy theory. The evidence, and there's a conspicuous failure to specify what is the extreme and outrageous conduct. I hope the panel is unanimous that there's certainly not extreme and outrageous conduct that is clearly directed at the mother to get her to commit suicide 3 months after she last left the hospital. But things are thrown in there. Maya is asked on the stand, "Oh, did you have conversations during the last 10 days? Did they cut you off?" And she said, "Oh, I didn't even know I had that right." Well, the medical records from December 30th to January 7th reflect 13 interactions between Maya and her mother. Most of those were video chats. And I want to read into the record. If you look at the record at 108-560, at 111-906 to 910, at 111-915 to 916, at 112-602 through 611. That does not count the times when they called the mother and received no response, which are documented at 108-560-61. So the hospital is whipsawed in the light most favorable standard does not extend to making unreasonable inferences from the record. Now, they say that risk management made these decisions, and they presented a chart, an org chart that says throughout the hierarchy, these are all connected, therefore risk managers are very senior, and you can attribute that. Well, Dominguez versus Florida Power and Light says for punitive damages, you need actions from the equivalent of the president or the primary owner of the company. We have nothing remotely close to that here. There's no basis for punitive damages, and the awards that they're trying to make sound reasonable. There was a battery claim for this social worker who was a grandmother hugging this child when she was crying and upset and putting the child on her lap, and then she kissed her on the forehead and kissed her on the cheek. Jury awarded $19 million for those hugs. The allegation wasn't she was screaming in pain and she bear hugged her to torture her. This was acts of affection that the child didn't want. Does that state a cause of action for battery? Technically, yes. If my grandmother pinches my cheeks after I tell her to stop, I can sue her for battery. You have bodily autonomy. So there are claims that you can bring in the context of a sheltering case. But to say these awards were reasonable or that there was any basis for punitive damages is wildly off the mark. I want to also...
Can you just clear something up for me? With the reporting that was made initially on October 7th, it did not transpire to anything on the initial report. And the timing of it, they wanted to leave. Would they have been allowed to leave at that point in time?
I think based on the evidence, and we can
When the
assume.
initial report didn't go anywhere.
Correct. We can, on the light most favorable, and Mr. Kowalski's testimony, we can say that it shows the hospital did not allow them to leave or threaten them with arrest and call police officers. The issue then is whether 39-395 authorizes that conduct. And it most certainly does for the first 24 hours. The statute then becomes ambiguous. It says the hospital can detain a child against the parent's will, and that is an express authorization to pediatricians and to hospitals. You can take a kid from their parents when they say, "Give me my kid," if you think this child is in danger. There's no dispute that the hospital, to their core, believed at all times this child was in danger in her mother's presence. Now, the court throws out the 24-hour rule, which is a rule that applies to DCF. The hospital can seize, and the hospital has to immediately report. It did both. Then DCF has 24 hours to act. And other states write it differently. If you look at West Virginia's statute, it says at 96 hours, the power to detain a child expires by operation of law. There are statutes that tell the hospital, you need to let go of the kid. But the false imprisonment here requires unreasonable, unwarranted, and unlawful action. And even if the panel sees 395 differently than we do and says, well, that wasn't lawful under 395, it is still reasonable and warranted that when you think this child could die if she goes out the door with this parent, because we are just terrified. And
But it was okay for them to be transferred, even though those two reports had been made.
To transfer to Nemours? Yes, Nemours.
That would have been okay under 39, under the reporting, for them to be able to go to another hospital.
Yes. The Nemours was a safe place and had CRPS treatment and psychiatric care. So it checked whatever box.
And any sheltering would have transferred with that? Because we're going to a different jurisdiction. I'm just trying to figure out the logistics.
They would have to get approval from the dependency court, and I believe that there was no indication that was not achievable. Yeah, if the parents are in agreement, the hospital's in agreement, I can't imagine if not DCF objected. But one thing I want to direct court to in my waning time is...
Counsel, I just wanted to point out you're over your rebuttal time, but wrap it up.
If I may, I would commend to the court again the court's January 14th, 2022 order on Chapter 39 immunity. It repeatedly swings and misses on what this immunity is. It expressly and explicitly ties it to reporting and nothing more. That clear error under Special versus West Boca, unless they can show there's no reasonable possibility that error or the other two errors we've identified affected the outcome, we are entitled to a new trial. And for that reason, the hospital asked for a new trial that does not include the suicide claims or the fraud claims and properly applies Chapter 39. Thank you so much for your generosity.
Thank you for both. Very well argued.
I love hearing great attorneys argue, especially in appellate courts.
All rise.
All rise. There we go. All right, they're out. That is all. That's all of that. Before we go, we've got something. I've got something special for you. But Mathis, thank you in advance. I love watching talented attorneys argue in front of an appellate court because you have to be on your toes. This is like the top level of lawyer arguing in my book, legal arguing. You watch the hospital; they presented their case, and yeah, they were they were the ones who sort of bring this appeal, right? So they go first and they get the last bite as well. And they get interrupted over and over with questions from like all the judges are asking, but what about, hey, well, explain this then, over and over. And then Maya's team gets up and he does not start with, this is what I prepared 3 days ago in the hotel. Here's my speech. He says, let me answer your questions. Every single question that was asked to the other side, let me address every question you had in your mind about this whole case. And not a single judge was like, but what about? No, they're like, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this was a huge win, I think, for Maya. It doesn't mean that the settlement might not, be reduced in some way, or, that the decision is a done deal, but I would take this as a good indicator. We have I have something for you. This you guys know Mathis has been a big fan of following this trial, and we always create songs about trial, and Mathis created this one that got us to this point. This was the final judgment affirmed, set to music in the Maya trial. Here we go. Come on. It would help if it worked better. Let me rewind it. There it is. Oh, I locked my phone. That doesn't help. Turn the volume up.
The final judgment comes to this court with a presumption of correctness, and the hospital bears the burden to show reversible error. The pre-trial and post-trial orders show the trial court's careful and thorough analysis of the applicable law and its application to the issues after dismissing with prejudice or granting summary judgment in the hospital's favor as to 21 claims in several instances based on Chapter 39 immunity. The court conducted a fair and balanced trial on the remaining claims. The hospital maintained throughout that it did nothing wrong. The Kowalskis were not injured, at least not badly. It was only following DCF orders, and the jury in the trial court simply did not understand its case. The hospital now doubles down on these contentions, showing it still does not get how atrocious its conduct was. It seeks to eliminate factual issues the jury decided against it, such as whether it engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct, or whether it was deceptive in its billings, contrary to how appellate courts view facts. After a verdict, the hospital either construes disputed facts in its favor, or simply proclaims there was no evidence. None of these assertions is correct. The hospital's arguments should be rejected, and the final judgment affirmed.
Great tune by Mathis. Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful, Mathis. Great work there. Love that tune. Thank you for putting some epic legal writing to music. It was wonderful. All right, where we are right now, we're approaching 3 hours of deliberation time. In that time, we know that the jury has had dinner, and they have indicated by all signs to us that they want to continue deliberating tonight. They are not ready to go back to the hotel and just call it a night, sleep on it, and come back and try again in the morning. So we may still have a verdict tonight. I don't know if Bug is still at court, but we're holding tight. We're sort of in a holding pattern to see what the jury wants to do. Once the deliberation starts, the jury really does call the shots to a great deal. Now, there might be a point where the courthouse says, okay, all of our bailiffs are going home and we're locking the doors. You can stay here if you want, but you won't be able to leave. You won't be able to go to the hotel. But that's where we are right now in the deliberation. So approaching 3 hours, if they talked it over dinner. Let's see. Jules, who attended the Maya hearing, is on Trial TV Live. They're going to be talking about what we just heard today. I think she probably talked with Dr. Joe, who has been texting us a little bit this morning and alerting us to what's going on and who was there. I think we've got Mathis here. Just one second.
Call from Angela.
Oh, it's Angela. I didn't recognize the
press
code.
1.
Hello, Angela. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm so sorry about Sharon. I just found out before I joined the live, which was like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We were devastated and heartbroken and in shock as well. She was a fantastic mod. She's one of the many people on the channel say she was the first person that ever welcomed me to the channel. She was the first name that said, "Hey, welcome. Thanks for being here," and that's something she was phenomenal at.
I completely agree. Both me and she are from the other side of the pond, so she understands the crazy time zones. She understood crazy time zones and differences and so on.
She works late hours, a lot of late hours here for sure.
Yeah.
But you know what? We might
Speaking of
hang on. We've got something from court. Hold tight for just a second.
Yeah.
The jury's coming in. I don't know what's
Maybe
happening. Might be a question.
Okay.
I'll let you go. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I'm going to go through these admonitions again. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it's finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning the case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. Now, when you get back to the hotel, you're not to deliberate. You only deliberate in that room. That's 11.
What?
I don't think we have Ms. Rucroft.
There goes anonymity. Thank you. We're missing a juror.
They all left you. Okay.
Now she's here. Okay.
We'll go through this one more time, now that we're all back together. You're
terrible.
not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with the trial. You're not to form or express an opinion about the case until you finally decide it. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning the case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. All right? Yeah, you can go with the officer. Have a good evening.
So with that, we are pausing the timer at 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 57 seconds. That includes dinner, because we don't know if they ate in the jury room and still talked it over. But that's the total time that they've been deliberating. They cease deliberating now, even though they may all still be together at the hotel. That's not gonna.
We'll be in recess till 8 o'clock in the morning.
8 o'clock. There we go. So we'll be back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, a little bit early. Probably the judge might call everyone to order and just say, hey, welcome, go deliberate. That might happen, but we've got an early morning tomorrow. I apologize, Angela, for kicking you off the phone. If there's anything else you wanted to mention, first of all, I appreciate you sharing condolences for the loss of our moderator, Sharon. It's a huge loss. I think she's here. She's coming back.
Call from Angela again.
Angela, this time I'll let you talk. The judge is done. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all right. Sorry that I missed this whole trial. I just couldn't handle the trial.
Yeah.
And I don't know the word that would be the right word to say this, but if you see a baby picture of me and the baby picture of the Evelyn, you would say we were like siblings or something. We looked a lot alike. That it hit a little.
Yeah.
Sorry if it's wrong to say, but I couldn't help.
Yeah. She's a beautiful little girl, and it breaks my heart, especially knowing how much love and support was around. I realized Megan had a rough childhood, but there were so many people who cared for Evelyn and would have done anything to prevent this outcome.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm calling, except for Sharon, it's something I commented on Megan Fox's live.
Yeah.
It's regarding Maya's trial and a mass appeal that was a hearing that was today.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that I give 5%, and then that I'm being very generous. I'm giving 5% chance to J Hatch to win this appeal. But I don't think they should win this appeal. I don't think they should want to win this appeal or any appeal for that matter.
It sounds like they're just mad about the outcome, and not so. There's not so much, hey, you did this wrong, or there's an error in the court. It's just, that's a lot of money. We shouldn't have to pay that.
Oh, wait, here. The reason why I think they should not want to win any appeal is because if, let's say, 5% they win and they get a retrial, you remember that document that reported that they
hid it.
They didn't provide.
Oh, it's coming
yeah.
in. Yeah, that's going to be in.
That's coming in. And it's not gonna be $250 million. It's gonna be $1 billion.
Because that
will
tie the actions way up the chain of command. And
and it's
that's
gonna
where
be
that multiplier comes in. That will be justified for maybe even a bigger modifier than 16 times multiplier.
Yeah, it's gonna be Maya's gonna own the hospital number.
I think there are some limits, even if the multiplier is justified in Florida law that we learned about through this trial, where they can't set the penalty to be so great that it would literally drive them out of business. They can't force them to go under. I mean, they looked at the books and said, "Look, you got a load of cash, you got a lot of land, you've got a lot of assets. You could, it would hurt. You could sell some off and pay this and be fine." So I think it has to be in that ballpark. I'm not looking for a $1 billion, $1 trillion. I'm not looking for something like that. But I think the jury found that the hospital was at fault, and because of that, they say we want the hospital to pay, and not just to make it whole. I mean, how can you make it whole, really? I mean, how do you say, oh, your mom's life was worth X amount of dollars? It's a ludicrous argument and discussion to have, but. We said we need to punish the hospital. We need to do our best to make the victims whole, and then there's this additional punishment which we're going to levy to act as a deterrent against other hospitals, against other people from doing the same thing, because the behavior was wrong, and that's where those multipliers get big, and that's where it really weighs in. That's where change happens.
Is it bad to say that I wish that this panel makes example out of J-Hat? They come with some case law that will put anyone who even thinks to do something, not just in Florida, anywhere, to think that to do something similar, they're just nope, not gonna do it.
Yeah,
not gonna even think about doing it.
There's a lot of wanting to see the system change, and I don't think it will change unless there is some example set at some point. But this might be it. This could be. I don't know how long it's going to take them to issue a decision, though. Was it weeks or?
Yes. I don't know. I mean, it can take even months if we look at Ken Reed. But who knows? But I'm speaking of. Shall we? If they make an example, what kind of example would it be? Would it stop other mandatory reporters from reporting if something is wrong? I'm a mandatory reporter, and I am sad to say that I have had to report something, and I did it anonymously because of a number of reasons. So I don't know where it went. But I did not want to get, it wasn't like a whistleblower, but it was something that really needed to be reported from mandatory reporter perspective.
Yeah. And that's to stay licensed and employed. That's something you have to do. Otherwise you could be.
No, I did it anonymously mostly because I had way too much information that I got from other people, and if I disclose my name, then I will disclose who I got information
reveals the
from.
Sources, and then everyone knows. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that as a mandatory reporter, not reporting can make you lose a license, lose your job, and possibly additional things. Angela, I'm going to wrap things up tonight. As you can imagine, it has been a really rough day. And
it's midnight here, by the way. So
I appreciate you calling back. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Push you off the phone.
Bye bye.
Thank you so much.
It's all right.
All right.
Bye bye.
Bye. It has been a hard day, as all you know, and We're going to wrap up. We're going to portal you guys over to Trial TV Live, who was talking with Jules, who was live in the courtroom today when the Maya hearing went down. She heard those arguments firsthand and possibly got some scoop from some of the players who were there. Nick Whitney was there. Mr. Anderson was there. Joe Corcoran was there. So it's awesome. We're going to portal you over to Trial TV Live. If you miss it, here's the link that'll take you over there. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe until we go live again tomorrow morning. It's going to be early. Court starts at 8 a.m. Set your alarm clocks. We'll be here as deliberation continues. We've got 2 hours and 56 minutes and 57 seconds of deliberation done so far. Jury has not yet reached a verdict in the Tennessee versus Megan Boswell trial. But tomorrow, I'm saying I think it'll happen. I think it'll happen tomorrow. We'll see. You guys have a good night. We'll see you in the morning. That up. You guys have a good night. Bye.
I'm not a camel.